for my one and only muse. This book is my penance for a quarter-century of sins. Julius Andan. Comment by the author. 1. Let's agree on something. If you do not like what you read in the following pages, if it upsets you, if you think it's nonsense, or if you think it simply cannot be true, then tell me that I, Julius Andan, am crazy, and that settles the matter. Believe me, it does me no harm to be taken for a fool. I don't care what people think of me because it doesn't change the reality. I would like it to be the truth that I have sunk into a mire of insanity, that I am tormented by stupid fever dreams, that I write and speak incoherently. If I could have one wish, it would be, let me be crazy. Me alone, and the world be beautiful, clean, balanced, and sane. That would be a nice wish. 2. I am one of the few who have harmed the whole world, and more, far more, than anyone whose name you know. Celebrities, such as Nero, Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, and the other names from the pantheon of psychopaths you could bring up, were mere puppets, nothing more. Mannequins, put on a pedestal to be shot in the place of the real perpetrators. To be believed as the source of something, to have their names remembered and made examples of, and to have people think that when they had been removed from the scene, that something had ended. I wasn't a puppet. I was the acting one, hiding behind the others. The doer, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. There is no blood on my hands. Murder is a dirty job, as they say, a menial job, and too spectacular for any of the anonymous to dare. The sins of the nameless outweigh any sins committed by people whose names you know. They are sins that are outside the law and not punished by the code of any nation. If you look up the criminal code of your country, you will find one or more paragraphs on so-called perjury, but not one that makes lying a crime by itself. And what greater crime could there be than to mislead the whole of humanity? Lying about science, lying about people, lying about the nature of politics, lying about the nature of the economy, lying about the laws that govern the economy. This is deceiving billions of people and depriving them of even the chance to live a true life, one that, after our dark history, perhaps no one could even imagine today. They notice the burned-out houses, the dead bodies in the dust, the kidnapped girl, the skyrocketing prices, but they overlook what an interviewee or a TV presenter mentions in passing. But that is the point. That small, tiny piece of information that will affect the way you think, and consequently, your emotions, your actions, and your whole life. It is the thoughts that go unnoticed. The thoughts. Small things. They do not weigh a gram on the scales. We can't hold them in our hands. We can't put them under the microscope, and we can't note their color or size. And yet, they lie behind all human actions, all wars, all oppression, all hatred, and all of history. And they matter more than anything. It was thoughts that created the atomic bomb. It was thoughts that launched it. And if it is launched again, it will be because of thoughts. 3. I have served an organization for the last 25 years or so that you have never heard of, and I have done a job, very well unfortunately, that does not even exist in theory. I was a professional liar, and I didn't do it small. I did it big, on a huge global scale. I lied so that my clients could start wars, so that they could sell shoddy products as the sole dominant player in a huge market and make hundreds of billions of dollars, so that they could screw people to the hilt, so that they could mislead research projects, so that they could stifle vital scientific initiatives, and so on and so forth. Whoever you are, I have harmed you. As a professional liar, I was playing with humanity, painting all our futures in black, and I wasn't the first person in the job. There have been thousands before me, from the beginning of written history to the present. I want to write to you about these conscious, deliberate, a million times thought-out professional lies, so that you can see what this place is like, this planet where you live, where we all live. I do not expect forgiveness. I do not expect absolution. I do not expect anything. I don't know what the outcome of this book will be. Maybe nothing. Maybe something. I don't even know what I can hope for. Maybe I'm just writing because of this terrible guilt that's gnawing at my soul. And that's how selfish I am. I don't know. But if what you are about to read hurts you, feel free to think I'm crazy. Anyone who is as guilty as I am is certainly not normal. Instructions for use. 1. Before you start reading this book, I should make a few things clear here at the beginning. A book alone can only be evidence that there is language, that there is writing, and there is printing. No book can prove more than that, no matter what it says. That is why I do not even try to convince you that I am right. I could list hundreds or thousands of pages of data, names, numbers, places, dates, or events. Even if everything I write were true, who would it be true for? For me, not for you. If all the statements were true, they would be true because I have seen and I have experienced how things are done. I have seen and I have experienced, not you. You've seen something different and experienced something different. As I believe that a book is not a good way to persuade, I would rather make you think than convince you. Allow us to think together. That's all I want. This book is not a collection of data. It is in no way a reference work. It is not an encyclopedia. This book is a collection of arguments. Nothing more. It cannot be more. 2. In the following pages, you will find arguments for and against something. I appeal to logic, your ability to think. If I make good enough arguments, and in good enough order, I hope you will think about one or two of them and come to some conclusion. My aim is to raise doubts in your mind, serious and legitimate doubts, about whether the world is really as they say it is. I know, it is almost a cliché now. It's fashionable to doubt everything, to think everyone is a liar. It is probably the age of conspiracies. The question is, how deep do you have to dig into the tangled web of human data and information to find the first truth? There's a medieval saying that true power is always behind the throne. But how far behind? What kind of power is it? Is the saying true? And if it were true, and if you really knew, saw, and experienced it to be true, what would you do? What would you do with that truth? Would it get you anywhere? Would it make the world a better place? Would it make your own life better? 3. The truth is important. Important? Why should it be? Because the truth is nice? Because the truth ennobles? Does the truth set you free? I think we can agree without much argument that lying is not good. Even a gracious lie is not actually good because it deceives. But what about the truth? Is there any truth that, if you possessed it, would put your life in danger? Could there exist any truth that, if suddenly learned, would shatter you under its weight? What can a truth be used for? Let's engage in a little logical reasoning. In 1913, the right to issue money in the United States was transferred to private hands. This was unconstitutional then, and it is unconstitutional now. See Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5 of the Constitution of the United States of America, which states that only Congress has the power to issue money in the United States. President John F. Kennedy passed a law that put the power to issue money back in the hands of the government. 6 months later, he was murdered. His vice president, Lyndon B. Johnson, became the new president. Johnson's first act after taking office was to repeal Kennedy's law and return the right to issue money to private hands. These are historical facts. Do you think there is a link? The United States government buys money from a private American company, which makes billions of dollars a day by issuing money, printing banknotes, and creating virtual money that only exists in the memory of computers. This company is a bank, and it earns billions of US dollars every day on an immeasurably small investment. This is currently the biggest business on the planet. Do you think it's possible that someone could even queue for billions of dollars a day? Do you think that there could exist an organization that earns several billion dollars a day, thereby wielding enough power to even orchestrate the assassination of a president? These are chilling questions indeed, but they are not relevant. Because let's assume that the 5 facts above are closely related and that President John F. Kennedy was assassinated by the then owner, the true owner of the Fed. Let us assume that this is what happened. Footnote: Fed, Federal Reserve System, a private bank of the United States of America with the exclusive right to issue money. So, and then what? Because the awkward question is not even how to be sure, but what happens after you are sure. Let us say that you know exactly that the above is the truth, the whole truth. What would you do with that knowledge? Would you go anywhere with it? 4. If the truth is only good for getting people to think and discuss, it is not worth more than a lie. If the truth has nothing to do with anything beyond thinking and talking, what good is it? What's it worth? Clearly, there are truths of such magnitude that a given person at a certain level of understanding or opportunity sees no use in them whatsoever. If you're the director of the CIA, and you really control the whole organization, and you are not a puppet who can be sidelined or silenced at any time, then you can do something about the information that John F. Kennedy was killed by the owner of a private bank. If you're the commander of a secret commando unit, you can. If you're a cashier at a roadside diner, then no, there's nothing you can do. Let's assume that since Albert Einstein, the social function of physics has been to keep human dreams in check. I'm referring here primarily to the alleged impossibility of traveling faster than the speed of light. Let us say that this is true, and you know beyond any doubt that it is. What would you do with that knowledge? What could you do with it? Probably nothing. So you can see that the value of knowledge depends on the person who has it, and has no value in and of itself. 5. This book does not call for social change, because there will be no social change. Of course, I could go on and on with the facts until you yell, "Enough," or throw the book in the corner. I could also try to make the case for the need for social cohesion and social change by appealing to some kind of collective consciousness, by making a reasoned argument. But I could also pluck emotional strings. I could lament about how terrible the world is. I could wail in tears and write an obituary of a once glorious civilization. I could even make threats and try to scare you to death with a vision of a dark future far beyond the imagination of horror writers. I'm not going to do any of that in this book, because I know that whatever I write, there will be no social change. Social change is not possible. Social cohesion is not possible. In a fairy tale, all this can happen, but not in reality. Society is composed of us. It does not exist independently from us. Society is the way it is because we are the way we are. If we remain as we are, everything will stay the same. It is precisely because of this fact that this book does not call for social change, because to do so would be a waste of time. This book is a collection of arguments for and against something, with the sole and sacred purpose of making you doubt that your view of the world is correct. Chapter 1: Humanity's Greatest Mistake. The first lesson about the world. 1. Throughout history, humanity has been captive to the baseless delusions of being enlightened. It believed itself to be significant, involved, and cared for by others. It held that those above, controlling its destiny, acted in its interest, and that they worked for our mutual benefit, because that was the order of nature, that their connection, however remote and ceremonial, was friendly. Humans have an astonishing faith and belief that they know what is happening in locations where they are not present, in the secret places of monasteries, shrines, and churches, behind the thick walls of palaces, castles, and fortresses, behind the closed doors of laboratories, scientific academies, country houses, and meeting rooms. They have always believed that they are being informed of the truth, the whole truth. But despite this strange blind faith, humanity has never been initiated by the powers that be. 2. I would like to tell you that your supposed knowledge is, in most cases, a mere illusion. You may think that you know a lot, that your knowledge is broad and deep, and that science is a light shining into the darkness of the unknown. You certainly believe that you know the facts, that you know what is and what is not, that you know what has been discovered and what has not, that you can tell exactly what the much-vaunted state-of-the-art of science is. You are probably convinced that AIDS, Ebola, and other diseases are real, deadly, and incurable. You likely believe that a hair that has fallen out, a tooth that has been lost, or a limb that has been removed, cannot be regrown. You may firmly believe that scientists are looking for signs of extraterrestrial life, but they can't find it. You might believe that evolution occurred exactly as it is described, with no evidence that puts human origins any earlier than what is stated in the official texts on human ancestry. You may believe that no technically advanced civilization has ever existed on Earth until now. You may believe that crime is an invincible monster and that war is part of human nature. You may believe that the universe began with the Big Bang and that it is now expanding. You may think that the Normandy landings were a brilliant military move. And you probably believe, hundreds and thousands and millions of other things, convinced that they are true. You can likely list a plethora of arguments, all of which prove that these things are so. Yet, a single counter-argument would suffice for these illusory card houses of knowledge to collapse. You do not know any of these things. They are not facts, just pronouncements. Every piece of information you receive is only and exclusively a pronouncement. You are not aware of how things are, only that you have been told one thing or another, saying that they are so, and not otherwise. Your whole worldview is made up of media reports and does not include any actual experience. 3. I could say that you have no connection with so-called science, technical development, space exploration, or government, only with the media. That is where everything you know comes from. Media is made up of two parts. One is the content. The other is the means by which the content is disseminated. The content is, in most cases, simply an ideology or a statement that supports an ideology. The means is mass communication. The media is not just TV, radio, and the press. The technical side of media includes all the channels through which the masses can be reached. The media includes theaters and cinemas, as well as textbooks, novels, the internet, classrooms, and public mass demonstrations. Everything through which ideas can be conveyed to the masses is part of mass communication. You spent a few years at school, where you read X number of pages, listened to N number of lectures, and maybe even had the opportunity to watch or do a few visual experiments. And then after school, you read more books, watched TV, listened to the radio, and had exciting or boring conversations about what you saw and heard, and you became convinced that you knew something about the world. 4. In 1961, the CIA attempted to assassinate Fidel Castro. This operation is referred to as the Bay of Pigs invasion. You know this. You know this because you were told that's how it happened. If they hadn't told you, you wouldn't know. If they had said otherwise, you would know otherwise. And if at some point they say something different, you will know something different. But that's how it works. It's as simple as that. And it is that far removed from reality. But let's take another example, which is on a completely different order of magnitude from the Cuban incident. Do you know where the Orkney Islands are? This area is the northmost part of northern Scotland, northeast of the mountain Ben More Ascent. In the early hours of February 19, 1903, something happened there. Have you heard about it? No? Yet, the most desolate regions of Scotland were far from insignificant in the early part of the last century. What happened there and then was so consequential that it led directly to World War I and II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, both the Afghan and the Iraqi wars, and about 40 other lesser and greater local conflicts, including the Cold War itself. You see, it's not a small matter, but it was kept so top secret that to this day only 22 people have been privy to the details. I was one of them. Almost every war of the last century or so has been deliberately started over something that happened in that desolate, abandoned landscape in the dark, icy cold early hours of 1903. The wars were fought to test and develop weapons, weapon systems, military tactics, and to implant patterns of behavior into humanity. And all of this happened because we have known since precisely February 19th, 1903, that the Earth will be attacked on December 26th, 2012. And all these wars were merely preparation, a training ground for a truly great war. Have you heard about this? You haven't? That's okay. Me neither. I just made it up. As far as I know, nothing of this sort ever happened at any time. But that's not the point. The point is that you are confusing statements and facts. Call it religious fanaticism or blind confidence in the way you treat the media, but the point is that the media is the main tool for misdirection and manipulation. And remember, it is not just TV and newspapers that make up the media. 5. Ideas, theories, facts, and lies must be managed just like any celebrity or brand. They need to be published and presented in every conceivable forum as often as possible. They must be made a part of people's lives. Attention must be drawn to them. If this is not done, they will not spread. And if they do not spread, people won't believe that they are true. You can pompously say that people think this and that, or that such and such is public opinion. But such a thing cannot be an argument for it being true. There is a way to publish something, a way to lecture about something, a way to get something on TV, and a way to gain support from the scientific community for something, and so on. Again, that is not the truth of the matter. The criterion for spreading information is more about familiarity, money, sympathy, and so on, rather than the truth of the information. You see, the inquisitors did not look through Galileo's telescope. They did not care. Most people never check any information. Do you think that the editors of scientific journals demand proof from the authors of their articles? What you think you know is not because it is true. It is not the truth content that is decisive. Everything that is called common knowledge is simply managed information. Nothing more. Chapter 2. The Birth of Civilization. The second lesson about the world. 1. The birth of civilization is a very sensitive subject, perhaps the most sensitive of all. It is probably the most fantastical part of this whole book, and if there is any point in my book where I could lose you, this is probably it. According to the laws of manipulation, this chapter should be the last chapter, and only after I have gotten your agreement on 101 other things should I make these serious statements. But I must now bring up the birth of civilization at the outset, because I will have to refer to this part again and again in later pages, and because without understanding the foundations of civilization, the rest would not be comprehensible, nor would it be particularly believable. The birth of human civilization itself is a subject that is quite outside the realm of everyday or scientific thought, as if it were some kind of unspoken taboo, or as if it were so fantastical that most people would immediately classify it as science fiction or religion. The history books tell us that the origin of human civilization was the product of a long process, not tied to a particular movement in time or a particular place, and that no one ever said, "I hereby have founded civilization on this planet." Indeed, what we call a civilization, and how far into the mists of the past we must look to find its beginning, may be open to debate. Is the beginning of civilization to be found somewhere in prehistory? Or do we start at the beginning of antiquity? Are the prehistoric wanderers already regarded as civilization? Or was the appearance and spread of tribal communities the first step toward civilization? Or was the rise of the first empire the first step? Or perhaps the emergence of writing? Where was the cradle of civilization? Was there even one? And if there was a moment when it was born, when was that moment? 2. I do not know the answers to these questions. I have no certainty, only information that is either true or it is not. Fortunately, this book is nothing more than a collection of arguments, and in each case, it is up to you to decide what to do with any of the points I make, or whether to do anything at all. George Orwell said, "Those who control the present control the past." With the experience of my own work behind me, I can say in the strongest of terms that Orwell was right. For those in power, in every age and in every land, falsifying the past has been an equal measure of sport, hobby, and obligation. In the science of history, this is expressed as historical conceptions or historical trends, which change over time. But this does not cover reality, the reality of what Orwell spoke of. There are 3 definitions of the word civilization in the official literature. These are the following. 1. A post-barbarian social arrangement. 2. The emergence of communities that reach a certain level of social development. And 3. The spread of communities based on the division of labor. Definition number 1 is untenable because it is very subjective, to say the least, and definition number 2 is useless because it is very vague. Moreover, the first and third definitions contradict each other. The wandering and all-conquering barbarians were history-shaping. They had culture, art, and religion, and their achievements make it certain that they were quite organized. That leaves us with the third definition. However, the moment we accept this third definition, we have already walked into an intellectual trap, which seems to have escaped the attention of historians and archaeologists. Because exactly what does the definition say? The spread of communities were based on the division of labor. These are communities that were built on the division of labor, and these type of communities spread over large geographical areas. Division of labor and spread. How did that happen? Primitive tribes scattered around the world independently of each other suddenly invented the concept of organization and suddenly realized that if they organized themselves and their activities, they could be 1,000 times more efficient. It is absurd that this could have happened. That would be too far-fetched even for a fairy tale. Organizing a community to be completely self-sufficient is a huge task. It is not something you can discover by accident, like how meat dropped in a fire is easier to chew. Today, a large thriving company that makes huge profits and has a stable position in the economy is not self-sufficient. So, maintaining a self-sufficient community in the long term requires extraordinary organizational skills. To hold a community together over a long period of time, in the face of external threats, hostile factions, the raging elements, internal strife, the depletion of regional supplies of food and building materials, and so on, is an unbelievably daunting task. The science of organization is one of the most important sciences, and its importance far surpasses the discovery of making fire or the invention of the wheel. Human communities are made up of people, so organization was invented by people and spread by people. People Or was it rather one person? Because if it was a specific person who invented or developed the science of organization, then that person was the one who invented and founded human civilization. 3. In the course of my work over the past 25 years, I have had the opportunity to look at an immense number of secret documents. In one of them, I found a name and a date. The name is Anhaido. The date is 17,000 years ago. Anhaido was a shaman and sole survivor of an extinct tribe, and it is said that he founded human civilization. I don't know if this is true, but it's very likely that there really was a man who invented organization and thus founded civilization. Maybe his name was Anhaido. Maybe he was a shaman. Maybe he was the only surviving member of a tribe. Maybe not. The question is, whoever it was that created civilization, did they know what they were doing? That is, did they consciously do what they did? And was there a moment in history when someone stood up and said, "I have hereby created civilization"? 4. There are certain indications that Anhaido, or whatever his name was, knew exactly what he was doing when he began his work. Anhaido created the first state as we understand it today. This state had laws, rules, hierarchy, administration, a form of government, interests, and short-term and long-term goals. This first state still exists today. It has no borders, no flag, no holiday, no anthem, but it is still on the map. It is called civilization with a capital C. Within the territory of this first state, the others were created. All the countries on the world map together make up this first state, created by Anhaido. The state called civilization has a government, a code of law, an economy, an army, an intelligence service, and a police force. Its long-term goal is to spread a kind of total organization, and its form of government is a hidden dictatorship. 5. What is the evidence that Anhaido knew exactly what he was doing when he created the science of organization and launched the first state in history, human civilization? The current structure and functioning of civilization are so specific and so woven into the fabric of civilization that it is simply inconceivable that this system was invented and implemented by someone on the fly. Such a seizure of power could not have occurred. If the real holders of power were the kings, emperors, and high priests, they would not have allowed an outsider to take it from them. What could he have offered them in exchange for their power when they owned all the wealth and were above their legal systems? When all power was concentrated in their hands, in the form of armies and spy organizations, what could he threaten them with? But the fact is that rulers come and go. They are betrayed and killed, and yet reality never changes. This means one thing. The real power is not in their hands, and it never was. In later chapters of this book, the system itself is outlined as it manifests itself in our daily lives, providing a system for interpreting history, the media's news, and daily events. The effect of this system is to suggest a level of awareness and interconnectedness beneath the surface that no one would believe to be real, and yet it is. And it is this reality that first elicits the most outright rejection from people, and then tremendous fear. Finally, deep anger. Because nothing should be the way it is. Anhaido built a state that stayed in the background from the very beginning, bringing together and controlling human communities, tribes, villages, and later cities, countries, and empires. Civilization is one of the greatest and most brilliant ideas in human history. It is unparalleled in its kind, a triumph of intelligence. Anhaido, or whoever it was, is one of the greatest geniuses in history. It is regrettable that his genius was put to the service of oppression. Civilization had to be invented and created. If the present one were to disappear, a new one would have to be put in its place. It is a matter of necessity, but it is no longer necessary for civilization to be built on oppression and for it to destroy humanity. Why Anhaido created civilization, I do not know. I have theories, but I am unable to substantiate any of them. Perhaps he was a shaman, and the only surviving member of an extinct tribe. If this is the truth, then it is possible that his motivation was based on these factors. He was not in danger within his tribe because he was an important man who was listened to, who was respected. But he didn't have power over the other tribes, and that almost caused his downfall. Maybe that's why he came up with the idea of uniting all human communities into one big system, with him at the center. And that this system should be invisible must have come from his being a shaman, because as a shaman, his power came from the fact that he was the only one in the tribe who was in touch with the invisible spirit world. 6. Civilization, that is, the first state, is organized in a manner similar to the visible, superficial states. It has a government, which I will refer to later as the supreme caste, and it has an administrative system, which includes a political apparatus, an economy, law enforcement institutions, and a kind of media network. This administrative system is the deep world. On the surface of civilization is the surface world as known to humanity, which includes countries such as Iceland, Saudi Arabia, Spain, the United States, and Ukraine. The surface world is separated from the deep world by the glaze. The glaze is an illusion created by the media, a false reality that works by distracting people and confusing them about the facts. The glaze is all the lies of the world put together. The glaze simply exists and does nothing. There is nothing mystical about its existence and operation. The deep world is always visible, and it is also evident that the claims of the glaze are lies. I see the deep world. I see how it works. The reason for this is simply that I do not believe in the glaze. No matter how loudly and how long the media spews something, I know it is not true, and therefore I reject it. So, the glaze has no effect on me. Rejecting the glaze does not mean refusing to watch television. If you believe in a parchment scroll written 2,000 years ago, you believe in the glaze. In a sense, the glaze is imposed on people because the whole world echoes from the media. Yet, anyone can, at any moment, completely discard the false reality offered by the media, and only because of this rejection, see the deep world. The supreme caste is in touch with the deep world, and through the deep world controls the whole of civilization, every part of it. The world is controlled via networks. These networks are hidden, of course. One network controls the economy, another controls politics, a third controls the industry of violence, a fourth controls ideology. The ideology of violence includes crime, war, the threat of war, intelligence, armaments, and development of military technology and the healthcare system. The network of ideology includes all media and the propagation, dissemination, and control of all ideologies. I worked in the network of ideology as a professional liar. The Supreme Caste created the 4 networks so that no one could have full control over everything, and so that the networks could exercise control over one another. The hierarchy of civilization is extremely restricted. The flow of information is tightly controlled. No one is involved in more than the minimum necessary to do their job effectively. Only those at the top know all the secrets. No one, from the Supreme Caste or from the deep world, has ever come out into the open to tell the public about reality, the true face of the world. No one in history has ever done that. I am the first traitor. Chapter 3. The Essence of Power. The third lesson about the world. 1. Power is the ability to turn our decisions into reality. Included in this definition is the ability to make our ideas happen, even when others don't like them, or explicitly work against us achieving what we set out to do. Thus, power includes both actual physical violence and its threatened use. Political power is maintained by physical force and the threat of physical force. The government needs the intelligence services, the army, and the police, in short, organizations of violence, to enforce its will. Without these organizations, politicians would almost all live rather short lives. Many people have secrets, which, if revealed, would lead to their mental ruin. Many of them are minor and have more to do with a sense of shame than with actual crimes. By exposing and documenting these secrets, most people can be kept in check. That's what an intelligence service is for. The threat of arrest, persecution, harassment, imprisonment, and armed violence, meaning serious bodily harm or death, are all factors which, by their mere mention or demonstration that one can be trampled by them, can keep well over 99% of people in check. The remaining huge single percentage can be subdued by the actual application of these tools. Economic power is apparently gentler than political power. However, the loss of advancement, employment, a means of livelihood, wealth, shelter, safety, or the horror of starvation can drive people to actions contrary to their principles and common sense. Economic power is based on political power, for without laws and the institutions of violence that enforce them, the economy would not function. What we observe in the larger world can also be found on a smaller scale. If we look at a family, we see the same thing as in politics and economics. Power belongs to whoever has the physical strength or the money. And given that economic power is based on political power, and political power is maintained by organizations of violence, it seems clear that the essence of power is actual violence and the threat thereof. But this is only an illusion. 2. Wherever we begin our investigation, we soon find ourselves at the human factors. Economic and political power depend on the real and perceived strength of the organizations of violence. But certain questions arise. Why does a police officer take a completely unknown person to jail? Why does a soldier shoot a completely unknown person dead? Why does a judge sentence a completely unknown person to prison or death? Why does a spy videotape the sexual life of a completely unknown person. Of course, superficially we might say it is because they were told to, because they were ordered to do this and that. But why do they care what the orders are? Why would someone drop a bomb on a house inhabited by hundreds of people whose faces they have never seen, whose names they have never heard, and who may all be more valuable human beings than the bomb dropper themselves? Why would they do that? Because if they do not, they will be court-martialed and convicted. But why should they be court-martialed? Why would they be convicted? And anyway, why did they become a soldier? If no one were a soldier, no one would drop bombs on any apartment buildings. If no one were a police officer, no one would be arrested. If no one were a judge, no one would be convicted. I wonder how many of the world's judges had cold steel put to their throats when they were thinking about what job they were going to do when they grew up, and words full of hate were whispered in their ears. You are going to law school, or you're going to die here. Maybe none, maybe one. But why did the others become judges? A police officer goes to work, gets a name and an address, and goes to arrest a man or woman they didn't even know existed half a moment before. And if the person resists arrest, the officer uses force and physically injures or even kills them. They do this regardless of whether the person has committed the crime of which they are accused. And why? Because that is what they are paid to do. Why did they have to choose this job? Because it is just another job and someone has to do it? Why should they? When we look at the essence, the ultimate nature of power, we are quite comfortable up to a point with the idea that the essence of power is actual physical violence or the threat thereof. But if we dig deep enough, the thesis simply falls apart. The reason is that the chain of control through violence ends somewhere. And this is true not only at the level of society, but also at the level of each individual. There are examples for everything, and for the opposite of everything. Questions can be asked about everything, and you can always ask another question. And if we are extremely persistent, we will come to a question to which there is no answer other than, I did it simply because I chose to. 3. With bonfires, public executions, and public torture, you can get a lot of people to kneel, clasp their hands, and chant. But that won't make them believe. To get an idea accepted, you need other means. Violence does not work here. It doesn't matter how credibly you pretend to believe everything. You believe nothing and are just playing a part to survive the adventure. But there won't be an ounce of faith. And until you believe, until you admit the truth of the lie that is being offered, some external force must hold you back. Once the lie is believed, the external force is no longer needed. For once faith is established, the believer will restrain themselves. Faith cannot be created by force. It is established not by force, but by something very different. It requires prestige. People believe in authority figures. So if you want people to believe in something, you need authority figures. That the world is run by violence, money, and politics is an illusion. Underneath all this, we find the human factor. Things like imaginations, emotions, desires, and hopes. Underneath that, we find nothing but ideas, values, and worldviews. 4. Common beliefs do not develop by themselves, but are consciously formed. An idea about something can be spread by introducing a new brand or a new celebrity into the public consciousness, using exactly the same tools. Take the Big Bang, for example. The Big Bang didn't become an accepted idea because it is true. After all, who actually saw the Big Bang? In physics, there are countless theories about the origin of the universe that reject the possibility of a Big Bang, but these theories have not been widely accepted. If you think it all happened by itself, think again. How does something spread? Consider this theory. The universe was created by the Big Bang. Someone, somewhere, put it out there, and then told others. Then it appeared in some newspaper. Controversy erupted, books were written about it, more and more articles appeared on the subject. It was on the radio and on television. Then it was accepted by the scientific community, then the Academy of Sciences, and finally, it became textbook material. And anyone who answered the question of how the universe was created with anything other than the Big Bang got a failing grade. So, in summary, someone came up with a theory, which was then disseminated and made public using the tools of mass communication. This is what happened, because it could not have happened otherwise. That is the answer to the question of how it happened. And now that we are clear that the Big Bang theory did not spread by itself, but was propagated, we can ask another question, which is much more delicate than how. Why was this theory propagated? What were they trying to accomplish? What did they want us to believe? 5. The term authority figure means a person who is followed. An authority is someone or something that we pay attention to. Authority is not necessarily a negative concept, for if someone has a proven record of excellence in a field, that person is inevitably an authority, someone to be listened to and given special importance. The problem is the respect for authority, not the authority figure themselves. The degree of respect for authority is measured in terms of, it is not what is said, but who says it. This is morbid. When the importance of a person is immeasurably exaggerated, when a person is pathologically worshipped, or when a person is blindly followed and what they say is accepted as true without reservation, then we have a problem. And what is even more problematic is that this phenomenon is difficult to recognize. Let me give you an example. You can probably name 1 or 2 people who blindly follow others, but you probably do not realize that you are doing it yourself. 6. Authority is based on trust. Anyone who has authority has earned the trust of the people. It is possible for this trust to be misplaced because of a well-constructed campaign, but the question is not whether you are worthy of people's trust, but whether you enjoy their trust. There was a time when Hitler enjoyed the trust of millions, while not deserving the trust of a single person. Appearances are everything. Every age has had its favorite authorities, people, organizations, and doctrines that have been given superhuman authority. These people, organizations, and doctrines have been regarded as the unquestionable sources of truth. Once upon a time, in prehistory and antiquity, if a statement was attributed to a spirit, a demon, or a god, people blindly believed that statement to be true. If someone claimed to have been told by a spirit, a demon, or a god to do a certain thing, people did what they believed that particular spirit, demon, or god that they worshipped had commanded them to do. In the Middle Ages, God, Christ, the Pope, Mother Church, and so on, was the unquestionable source of truth in much of the world. If a statement was derived from God, people blindly believed that statement to be true. Then came the age of enlightenment, and science became the unquestioned source of truth. If a statement was formulated by weaving in scientific fact, scientists have proven, or scientists have demonstrated, or some similar phrase, people blindly believed that statement to be true. Every age has had its superhuman authority figures, and these authority figures have been the indisputable, unquestionable, incontrovertible sources of truth. Whether it was spirits, gods, demons, angels, God, or science, there was always trust. Thousands upon thousands and millions upon millions believed in the same authority figure, and that belief brought order to their lives, forged them into a community, and their common understanding, their shared vision of the world, defined their relationships. Nothing expresses belonging like agreement. Whatever had authority in their eyes enjoyed their trust. Shamans, magicians, clerics, and scholars did things that were important and valuable to the community. They were the most important and respected people in their time and geographical area. From today's point of view, we may condemn or despise the shamans, magicians, and priests of the past, but in the age in which they were the sources of knowledge, they did countless things that were useful and constructive. 7. Throughout history, there have existed centers that have been regarded as unquestionable sources of truth. The supreme caste has used this phenomenon to spread its lies. Ambassadors have been sent out into the world to join the center which they claim to be the source of truth, to pose as shamans, sorcerers, alchemists, astrologers, priests, monks, and ministers, and to utter with great frequency words of superhuman authority, such as spirit world, gods, or God. The ambassadors of the supreme caste dressed, behaved, spoke, and apparently lived like true shamans, sorcerers, and priests. From the position of what was supposed to be the unquestionable source of truth, they told lies that people blindly accepted as true. And suddenly, the lives of millions were paralyzed by the most absurd superstitions in existence. And suddenly, tens of thousands of normal people, armed to the teeth, were ransacking and destroying peaceful villages and throwing live babies into the fire to the deafening sound of cheering mobs. In the age of enlightenment, the exact same thing happened. The supreme caste sent out emissaries with instructions to pretend to be scholars, to use the terminology of the discipline, to adopt the expected manners, the stereotypical outward characteristics of the scholars of the age, and to lie, lie, lie. People had a justifiable faith in science, and when men and women appeared who looked like scientists and talked like scientists, they believed that they really were scientists. And they believed them without reservation. 8. The work I have done for the supreme caste over the past quarter century has been to devise and develop ideas and whole systems of ideas that have been or will be disseminated to the world through the authority figures. We have called these high-priority ideas thought idols. Thought idols must be wrapped in an ideology to make people believe in them. A thought idol is an idea like a sound mind in a sound body. This was an age-old advertising slogan that led to the worship of the body. Relatively few beauty queens, models, and bodybuilders have contributed to human progress. So, a sound mind in a sound body is nonsense. We have no experience to back up the slogan. So they developed an ideology to make people believe it was true. An ideology is a collection of arguments that support the central idea, the ideal, the thought idol. An ideology is sold to people by authority figures who are believed. That's how the supreme caste shapes the world to suit itself. So the essence of power is authority. Whoever controls the authority figures, whoever has the means to make someone an authority figure or to destroy someone's credibility, has that power. Thus, all the power on earth is in the hands of the supreme caste. Chapter 4. The Religion of Matter. The fourth lesson about the world. 1. Worldviews are meant to answer ultimate questions. All worldviews are explanations of what it means to be human, what our role is in the universe, what the universe is, where it came from, what life is, what death is, what the meaning of life is, and what is good and what is evil. All worldviews answer these fundamental questions. The second law of thermodynamics is one of the best supported tenets of natural science. It states that in a closed system, entropy increases over time. Entropy means disorder and chaos. It might be objected that an artist, over the course of their work, that is, over time, paints a picture from a palette of disorderly blobs of paint spread out on a palette, and that an excellent painting requires a great deal of order. One might also object that when one builds a house out of stones scattered chaotically on the ground, one is doing nothing more than creating order out of disorder over time. We could cite countless similar examples, all of which contradict the principle of entropy. Defenders of the second law of thermodynamics usually respond to these objections by saying that the law applies to closed systems, and that a closed system is one into which nothing can be introduced from the outside. Opponents say that this is not possible, because to create a truly closed system, in even a tiny cube of 0.5 by 0.5 millimeters, we would have to isolate it from the entire universe, so that nothing from outside could affect the space inside the cube. This is impossible. Arguments and counter-arguments fly back and forth, but the debate itself is completely irrelevant, since the supreme caste has lined up the authority figures in favor of the principle of entropy, and the counter-arguments are not given much space in the media. The principle is officially accepted everywhere in the world, but even this is not particularly important. What's truly important is this. In 1865, a German physicist, Rudolf Clausius, introduced the second law of thermodynamics based on his experiments with steam engines. About 20 years later, the supreme caste thought that this theorem would be very useful, improving the validity of materialism. My predecessor at the time slightly rephrased the original law, and it has been used in this modified form to this day. By the early 20th century, the revised law has given rise to a rather pessimistic view of the world. Ideas were born suggesting that life would inevitably perish throughout the universe, and that the universe itself would eventually be destroyed, as dictated by the second law of thermodynamics. But it is the revised second law that says this, not the original. The revised statement is as follows. In a closed space, disorder increases over time. But the original formulation said, in a space, left on its own, disorder increases over time. So it is not in a closed space, but in a space left on its own. And left on its own originally meant not influenced by humans. It has taken an incredible amount of effort to ensure that entire generations have grown up not understanding the law of entropy and not seeing the difference between closed space and space left on its own. This law is a fundamental tenet of materialism, but it contradicts materialism, at least in its original form. In its revised form, it's simply not true. For what does this famous second law say? It says that intelligence produces order, and where there is no intelligence, there is only chaos. That is what the second law of thermodynamics says. It is absolutely true, and it refutes materialism. 2. The second law of thermodynamics almost destroyed materialism and gave a lot of work to people like me. The problem was quite serious. I will break it down into theorems to make it clearer. Materialism holds that nothing exists outside of the physical universe. Everything in the physical universe is a series of physical and chemical reactions. Life, consciousness, and intelligence are also a set of physical and chemical reactions. According to the law of entropy, chaos increases over time. In other words, matter and energy create disorder exclusively and without exception. From our everyday experience, we know that order increases over time when intelligence is present. And boom, at this point, the entire worldview is shattered. For if everything is matter and energy, then mind is matter and energy, and therefore cannot create anything but chaos. And that's not what happens. The opposite happens. And what did the ideologists of the Supreme Caste do? They came up with a new card, the Joker, the Trump Ace, the one-card game winner that would even bring checkmate in poker and sweep the table. And that all-conquering argument was chance. Chance. Sometimes, out of chaos, order is randomly generated by chance. So, point 6 goes like this. Sometimes, in the course of time, order emerges from disorder, which is random. And this happens because such an enormous number of random reactions occur in the universe at every moment that some of them, by chance, do not increase chaos, but increase order. And it is on these, shall we say, 6 theorems that materialism is built. This is what this worldview looks like when stripped of the awe of authority figures. So ordered, so grounded, so brilliant. There have been times when almost all the authority figures in the world have struggled to make people believe that they don't see things clearly, that they don't think properly, that they don't have the intellect to understand why everything about materialism is right. Because nothing is all right. 3. A fundamental law of the physical universe is that disorder, or chaos, increases over time. Since we find that disorder also increases in the presence of life, materialism introduces the concept of chance, claiming that disorder increases randomly and attributes to chance all the phenomena that other worldviews explain by the existence of God or the soul. The materialist worldview answers the question, what is a human being? By saying that it is a material object created from matter and energy over billions of years, purely by chance. To the question, what is the role of the human being in the universe? The materialist worldview answers that it is nothing. To the question, what is the universe? Materialism again goes back to chance, which it has already used for the question, what is man? And says, the universe came into existence by chance out of nothing. Suddenly, a supersphere appeared out of nothing, which was extremely small and contained all the matter and energy that exists today. And then this supersphere suddenly exploded because of its internal tension and began to expand continuously, and it is still expanding today. And in that immense explosion, everything happened and continues to happen. Materialism claims that believing in the creation of the universe is a childish fantasy, and then it claims that the universe suddenly appeared out of nothing. The difference is that it replaces God with chance and says that the universe appeared out of nothing by chance, not by conscious creation. The materialist answer to the question, what is life, is that it is an overvalued, simple, physical and chemical phenomenon, whose main characteristic is, for example, metabolism. Its existence is incidental. It has no meaning. It is a mere material thing. Death in materialism is the cessation of what is called the consciousness associated with what is called a living being, an ordinary physical chemical organized structure resulting from the disintegration of its fundamental components. It has no meaning. To the ancient question, what is the meaning of life? The materialist worldview gives a very succinct answer. Nothing. Life has no meaning and no purpose. It is merely a random arrangement and is no different from, say, gravel. Asking what the meaning and purpose of life is the same as asking what the meaning and purpose of gravel is. In a world of atoms, particles, interactions, and chemical reactions, nothing has purpose, and therefore nothing has meaning. The materialist worldview is also completely different from all other worldviews, in that it contains no concept of right and wrong, and even claims that there is no right or wrong. In a world where everything is mechanical, how can something be good and something else be bad? For there to be good and evil, there must first be a purpose. But in materialism, life is purposeless because its existence is due to chance. A random movement, or a random collision, or a random decay, or a random reaction, in one direction or another, but otherwise without any purpose, is without purpose and without intentionality, and therefore the notion of good and evil is untenable, according to materialism. 4. According to the materialist worldview, human beings are ordinary objects. They have no role in existence. Everything that exists came into existence by chance, and became what it is by chance. Life is nothing. Death is nothing. Life has no meaning, because it has no purpose, and there is no good or evil. This list is not an exaggeration or simplification of materialism. It is, in fact, what it is. Stripped of ideology, there is nothing left but these few propositions. Although the basic idea of materialism originated in antiquity, its expansion and spread into an ideology is barely a century old. In these 100 years, humanity's understanding of itself, the universe, and life itself has changed radically. The idea of the value of life has also changed. In less than 100 years, humanity has plunged into tragedies unprecedented in history. There have been 2 world wars, a Cold War, and dozens of local wars. Crime and madness have become part of our lives in ways we could never have imagined before. It is probable that more people have died violently in the last century than in all previous centuries combined. The 20th century is the age of materialism. The horror of the extinction of the human race has never been faced before. Eerily, many people believe that humanity will eventually be wiped out. And by eventually, I mean in a few decades or a few years. Anyone who has ever stood over the grave of a mother, a father, a child, a friend, or a lover cannot even begin to imagine what the reality of human extinction really means. Even someone who survived a Nazi death camp cannot imagine it. If you exterminate the human race, you will die, and so will everyone you have ever loved, love now, or will ever love. Art will be destroyed, discoveries will disappear, and no dream will ever be fulfilled. The total extinction of humanity is not a subject that tolerates frivolity or irresponsibility. Only a lunatic would stand idly by when their own life, or the life of someone important to them, is threatened. There are no words to describe the incomprehensible, extreme madness of a person who stands idly by when death threatens everyone in the world. 5. Look again at the tenets of materialism and think about them. Our ideas about things determine our attitudes toward them. Our attitudes determine our actions. These are very important and obvious truths. In materialism, there is no good, there is no evil. Life has no purpose, and man has no role in existence. We have believed this for less than 100 years, and we are on our deathbed, and by all indications, we are going to die. Lies are the most powerful and sophisticated weapons of mass destruction. Chapter 5. Science and Superstition. The fifth lesson about the world. 1. Few people are likely to have any difficulty in recognizing that the moral teaching of materialism, if we can speak of it at all, is rather low, and has contributed very effectively to the degradation and degeneration of humanity. Yet, at the same time, materialism is credited with countless miracles, achievements that it has bestowed upon humanity. When one thinks of God, religions like Christianity come to mind. When one thinks of reincarnation, religions like Buddhism come to mind. And what do we think of when we think of materialism? Science. When we talk about what religions have given to humanity, we can mention two things. One is moral teaching, or moral conduct, and the other is superstition. And when we talk about what science has given to humanity, we can mention the hydrogen bomb and biological weapons. But the emphasis will not be on these. It will be on the real wonders of science, the achievements of science, advanced medicine, air travel, television, computers, and so on and so forth. The formula in our minds is something like this. God and soul equal religion. Materialism equals science. But this is not true at all, and is nothing more than the product of manipulation. Materialism and science are not the same thing. In fact, they have nothing to do with each other. 2. Imagine a puzzle the size of the universe. If you wanted to express how many mosaic pieces make up the whole picture, you would get an unspeakable number. Say, after 1, you add 1,000 billion times 1,000 billion zeros. Science is about mosaic pieces, finding and identifying mosaic pieces, and finding out how these mosaic pieces are connected to each other. The question of what the whole picture represents, the picture produced by all the pieces of the mosaic found, identified, and put into place, is not a matter for science, but for philosophy. Science will only have the full picture once all the pieces of the mosaic have been found and put into place. However, only a small fraction of the mosaic fragments has been found to date, and even these have not yet been fully identified and put into place. Materialism is a worldview that deals with the whole picture and tries to answer the ultimate questions of existence. It is a philosophy. It is an ideology. It is not science. No science deals with the whole picture. The natural sciences and engineering are concerned with the physical universe, the material world. So, they are material sciences. The word materialism means material orientation. It is the name of a philosophical movement. The word material means material, relating to matter. It is not the name of a philosophical movement. It has nothing to do with it. Philosophical trends and ideologies are not the subject of any science. The fact that scientists are traditionally raised to be materialist is not a fault or the nature of science. 3. Science is the only means of knowing reality. There is no other way to know reality. The purpose of science is to know reality. The division of science into sectors is arbitrary, but essential, because reality is so vast that it would be impossible to encompass. That is why science is divided into branches. Each branch is concerned with understanding the reality of a different area. Scientific research is bound to a strict methodology. Science makes accurate observations, draws conclusions from these observations, and forms those conclusions into theories, which, if correct, allow for further observations. This is how science advances in its understanding of a particular part of reality. It has nothing to do with authority figures, money, or any ideology. The very essence of real scientific research is to brush aside all such things. So, science has a real purpose, and that is to know reality. The purpose of science is not to secure the reputation of certain people or to sell certain products. Science holds such importance and significance that if those who ignore its true purpose, seeing it merely as a way to justify ideologies instead of a way to understand reality, could truly comprehend this, they would likely be overwhelmed to the point of collapse. If science, as an institution, were concerned with what it actually does, the supreme caste would have been discovered and destroyed long ago. 4. There is no other way of knowing anything that really exists apart from the methodology of scientific research. The methodology of scientific research is the only means of knowing reality. It is not only a tool for understanding the physical universe. It is a tool for understanding reality. So, if the soul exists and God exists, this is the only way to gain certainty about them and to know them. Scientific research is not about complicated equipment and smelly laboratories, but rather accurate observations, precise documentation of those observations, valid conclusions drawn from the observations, forming sound theories from these conclusions, which predict and enable further observations. This method can be used by anyone: a philosopher, a priest, a driver, a postal worker, or anyone. Reality exists and does nothing else. It is not aware of doctorates and professorships. Science, as an institution, is not concerned with the search for reality, but with the justification of a materialist worldview, that is, an ideology. What does not fit into the worldview is forced in or ignored. You would not believe how generous institutionalized science can be in ignoring facts. What we know today as science is an army of authority figures of the supreme caste. It is a real army that is being used against our minds, our knowledge, and our common sense. Chapter 6. Divide and Conquer. The sixth lesson about the world. 1. Sometime, long ago, in the prehistoric world, when tribal communities were formed, when life was becoming more than a constant struggle, and there was time to think about things, someone noticed that there were two sexes, women and men. They didn't understand why this was so. So they went to the great priest of the tribe and asked why there were genders. But the great authority figure of the tribe had no idea why there were men and women, for how could they? But having neither the courage to admit ignorance, nor the brains to realize that wisdom begins with "I don't know," they made up an answer, and lied that this answer was the reason for the existence of the sexes. Maybe that's how it started. Maybe there is nothing in the depths but the private little business of an ignorant, cowardly, and foolish person who had neither the strength nor the ability to do much, but whose ambition made them unscrupulous. Maybe this is how it happened. But it could also be that the beginning was much more conscious, and therefore much more evil. False targets, creating images of enemies, stirring up controversy. This is what the supreme caste is unbeatable at. Divide and conquer. This is the name of the favorite game of the supreme caste, perfected over the millennia. Gender ideals appear to be charming and agreeable concepts, as if nature had ordained that there should be women and men, that women should look after the children in the home, and men should fight and hunt. It's also plausible, at least with so many millennia of gender ideals behind us anyway. The supreme caste is constantly trying to distract people from the reality, that is, from the functioning of the supreme caste itself. To do this, they invent and give people games. These games occupy their minds, sap their energy, and fill their time. The crisis in the Middle East, the antagonism between the British and the Irish, it all makes no sense. People like to live in peace. They like to dream, and they like to make what they have invented come true. So why should they fight each other? Why would they kill each other? Why would they destroy each other's homes? Well, it is because, and only because, there is a supreme caste lurking in the background, whose interests require it to stir up controversy. The conflicts between religions, the disputes among philosophical schools, the antagonism between occult factions, the conflicts between nations and dynasties, the hostilities between races, and the wars sparked by cultural differences are all artificial. They serve the sole purpose of diverting people's attention, interests, thoughts, emotions, energy, and time. There is no other reason for these conflicts. The most brilliant invention of the supreme caste in the realm of warfare was turning the sexes against each other. This condemned humanity to a state of constant internal conflict. It can be said that it created a perpetual warlike tension in the usual manner. by taking an idea, turning it into a thought idol, surrounding it with ideology, which means lies, then deploying authority figures to overwhelm humanity. And the result? The result is what they expected: ruined lives, lives derailed, huge masses of people who never became what they could have been. 2. Gender ideals appear to be charming and agreeable concepts, as if nature had ordained that there should be women and men, that women should look after the children in the home, and men should fight and hunt. It's all so plausible, at least with so many millennia of gender ideals behind us anyway. The supreme caste is constantly trying to distract people from the reality, that is, from the functioning of the supreme caste itself. To do this, they invent and give people games. These games occupy their minds, sap their energy, and fill their time. The crisis in the Middle East, the antagonism between the British and the Irish, it all makes no sense. People like to live in peace, they like to dream, and they like to make what they have invented come true. So why should they fight each other? Why would they kill each other? Why would they destroy each other's homes? Well, it is because, and only because, there is a supreme caste lurking in the background whose interests require it to stir up controversy. The conflicts between religions, the disputes among philosophical schools, the antagonism between occult factions, the conflicts between nations and dynasties, the hostilities between races, and the wars sparked by cultural differences are all artificial. They serve the sole purpose of diverting people's attention, interests, thoughts, emotions, energy, and time. There is no other reason for these conflicts. The most brilliant invention of the supreme caste in the realm of warfare was turning the sexes against each other. This condemned humanity to a state of constant internal conflict. It can be said that it created a perpetual warlike tension in the usual manner, by taking an idea, turning it into a thought idol, surrounding it with ideology, which means lies, then deploying authority figures to overwhelm humanity. And the result? The result is what they expected: ruined lives, lives derailed, huge masses of people who never became what they could have been. 3. Gender ideals seem to be laws of nature, but they are not. They are the ideas of one person, spread and accepted. Gender ideals are not natural laws, but merely common conventions. Gender ideals vary from time to time and may even differ from one geographical area to another. Gender ideals tell us what is expected of a woman and what is expected of a man. Those who do not meet these expectations are not considered to be real women or real men. Initially, gender ideals were only about behavior, how a woman or a man must behave in various situations. Anyone who did not behave in accordance with expectations was subject to various sanctions. The punishment could be contempt, ostracism, or even execution. There was and is a gender ideal that women are the property of men, and that if a woman is guilty of merely not pronouncing words with the expected accent when speaking, she can be killed. It's the custom. That's what decency demands. We've all heard it a million times, but where does a custom come from? And why did it spread? And who is to say what is polite? And why must it be observed? Gender ideals about behavior are, therefore, as can be seen, an excellent opportunity to oppress people by invoking them, because that is why, and only why, they were invented. That is their function. 4. Gender ideals are an excuse to force people to do something or to exclude them. Even when we mention nice-sounding things like the need for a man to be brave, the unspoken implication is that bravery is not feminine. That is exclusion. The weaker sex. Oh, I'm just a weak woman. If I were a man, I'd punch him right now. When I worked in intelligence, I personally knew some professional killers. One of them was an American woman of Polish origin. She was very short, thin, a fragile little flower with a face so charming that you could almost see her as a fairy tale character. She was installed as a girlfriend, secretary, chauffeur, or assistant alongside men who were to be liquidated when the occasion arose. Once she got the signal, she killed the target and disappeared. She always killed with her bare hands. Sometimes men 2 heads taller than her, 60 to 80 kilos heavier, 10 times stronger. The last time I met her, she was 25 years old and had 14 murders behind her. She'd never been hurt, never been in trouble. Once I asked her, "How do you do it?" She said she hits them in the throat, point blank, and breaks the windpipe. If, for some reason, she couldn't get to the neck, she would push the target's eye out and then break the trachea. I asked, "How much force does it take to break a trachea?" She showed me. We were standing opposite each other in an office. I was wearing a suit. She was wearing dark jeans and a burgundy sweater. She had her light brown hair pinned to the top of her head, a few strands hanging down to her forehead. When she smiled, her face lit up. Those big, beautiful, clear blue eyes were like the eyes of an innocent little girl. Every little part of her radiated a sense of harmlessness. She flashed her perfect snow-white teeth at me, glanced at her watch, and struck me with her other hand. She hit me, in my neck, barely an inch from my windpipe. Like a magician, she distracted me from the movement, which was as quick as lightning. It wasn't a hard blow. It just made my neck a little numb for a few minutes. We laughed and chatted a bit more after the demonstration, but I was sweating. She looked so tiny, so helpless. I thought that if it came to violence between us, I would rip her in two like a straw. But I was wrong. If she wanted to kill me, she'd have killed me with one little blow, and I wouldn't have stood a chance. That's how harmless a woman is. The phenomenon of women not fighting, or not fighting effectively if they do, is not due to physical limitations, but to mental limitations. Gender ideals are mental barriers. 5. When gender ideals override behavior, the conflict they cause only swells. Gender ideals can make you an enemy to your family or yourself. Because what if the supreme caste comes up with a new thought idol, invents an ideology, then deploys the authority figures and the media, and gains acceptance that the lie they have come up with is true? Let's assume that this thought idol is that tall, thin women are the most attractive, the most real women. Let's assume that the vast majority of women in the world are not that. Well, in this case, what result do we get? A real horror. Ruined lives, broken relationships, terrible self-esteem, and the relentless struggle to achieve an idealized physique. In other words, the result we get is conflicts between people, conflicts within the family. Why couldn't you marry a taller man? You make me feel lonely. You ruined my life. Die, mother, die. And conflicts within people's souls. Once upon a time, in Europe, women who were fatter and a bit plump were considered the ideal of the female sex. In those days, tall, slender women were the norm, because somebody always gets it, and that's the whole point of it. And if the supreme caste figures out that tall, athletic men are the real men, what happens to all the other men who don't have these physical attributes. Then comes the sex. A woman should have large breasts. But what about women who don't have large breasts? A woman should have small, pointy breasts. But what about women who don't have breasts like that? A man should have a large penis. And what about those who don't? A man should have thick chest hair. And what about those who don't? Wherever you look, every gender ideal excludes billions of people. Gender ideals about behavior and bodily characteristics have created so much pain, loss, death, so many ruined lives, broken relationships, so much self-hatred, inferiority, and conflict in the world, that it takes a strong person to fight through such horrors and see the essence beneath it all. The essence, that which all this conceals. How extremely deliberate this all is. 6. A person's value is determined by their physical attributes. A person's right to exist is determined by whether their body is acceptable according to a particular gender ideal. These thought idols are conceived in the depths of insanity. Their irrationality is of a magnitude not easily surpassed, yet they are spread across the winds and waves of the planet. Our world operates on the basis of immeasurable nonsense, explicit bullshit. What humanity thinks about itself, civilization, life, the universe, is completely unfounded and stupid. Wars have broken out and masses have been slaughtered for ridiculous, baseless views. It is very difficult to face the fact that our ideas are meaningless. It is terribly difficult to accept. It's so hard because if we accept that what doesn't make sense makes no sense, we also have to accept that we ourselves may not be as intelligent as we thought. But this price is not as high as it might seem at first. The supreme caste, with its army of authority figures, and its dominion over the media, has driven us mad and taken our lives, because we are zombies. We are zombies compared to what we would be if they had not done to us what they did to us. If we stick to gender ideals and only look at what we have lost because of them, the blood would run cold in our veins. At this moment, billions of women and men on earth are not learning anything, inventing anything, discovering anything, creating anything, or accomplishing anything, because they don't believe it is possible. The thoughts and emotions of these people revolve around gender ideals, and they try to behave correctly, to live correctly, to shape their bodies as they should in order to be accepted, or they try in some way to cope with the terrible burden that their physical attributes are not as the current gender ideals would expect of them. At this sacred moment, the abilities of billions of people are being held hostage by a few vile, deceitful ideas. And if we take a historical perspective, how many people will it be? And how many lives? If we look at human history, we see so many women who didn't create, didn't invent, didn't discover, and didn't accomplish anything. They could have. Let an ideal prevented them from doing it. Exactly the same can be said of men. If women and men chose crafts, arts, and other pursuits based on their natural inclinations and interests, instead of wasting their time pursuing male and female gender ideals, where would we be? If the supreme caste hadn't used the divide and rule principle to foment conflict between the sexes, how much earlier could we have kicked up the dust on the moon? Perhaps in 1600, instead of the genocidal campaign of the insane inquisitors, or even earlier. I know this may seem like a gross exaggeration, but I am talking about billions of potential artists, potential scientists, potential explorers, and potential inventors, none of whom ever became actual artists, scientists, explorers, or inventors. They could have, but they didn't. The supreme caste didn't want them to be. So they became slaves to the gender ideals hoisted on them by the army of authority figures. In short, this is how much we have lost up to this moment, because we believed the authority figures who told us they know better and that we see wrong, think wrong, and believe wrong. We believed the authority figures when they told us we were stupid. And when we believed it, we became it. Chapter 7. Degenerate Stars. The seventh lesson about the world. 1. In Washington, D.C., there is a building called the White House, which many people know. The building is there. It's there in one place. It doesn't move. There's a lot of talk about it. People can go there and see it. And anybody who goes there from any country, it doesn't matter how old they are, whether they're male or female, white, black, Asian, Eskimo, or whatever. If they go to where the White House is and look in its direction, they'll see it. For that reason, the White House has become a reference point. The moon and the stars are also points of reference. That's because they're up there and can be seen by anyone who looks where they are. That's why famous people have been called stars. They were up there on a stage, or they were on the big screen. You could see their faces everywhere. They were in the media, and as a result of all that, when people talked about a celebrity, everyone knew who they were talking about. Anything that anyone can look at that gets enough attention becomes a reference point. To be a celebrity is to be a reference point. Being a celebrity is not just a way of making a living. It is much more than that. Being a star means being a role model, an example, a standard to aspire to. It means being a teacher. To be famous is to teach. Every star is a teacher, whether they like it or not, whether they believe it or not. And if you take a look at the celebrities of the world, the people who are admired and followed by the masses, and you see how many of them are psychopaths or common criminals or simply mentally handicapped, then we get a pretty good explanation of why the world is the way it is. Celebrities are authority figures. They help sell goods, ideas, ideals, values, and lifestyles. Take a musician performing in front of 1,000 people. They're up at the top of the stage and the rest of the audience is down in the auditorium. They all look up and see the musician. Therefore, what the musician says or represents carries a lot of weight. If they write a song about how good it is to smoke marijuana, or if they use heroin in their private life, they are actually making people into drug addicts, for which they should be imprisoned or executed. The correct answer to the question of why millions of young people still turn to drugs, despite the clear harmful effects of drugs, the actual scientific evidence, the countless ruined lives, the increasing crime, the social dysfunction resulting from drug use, and despite there not being a single example of drug addiction making anyone better, lies in how their idols approach drugs. The world's most successful drug dealer is a drug-addicted superstar. There is no one who can, simply by example, lead more people into addiction. 2. We've reached the point where nowadays people brag about being crazy. They boast. They actually boast about it. Never in the history of humanity has depravity and madness been so socially acceptable as they are today. To achieve this required very serious and very thoughtful work, because it required destroying the natural sanity of entire generations. How does the supreme caste spread sexual aberrations? How does it spread drug addiction? How does it spread depravity? By example. They take some strange characters. They give them enough media attention. They make them look like they are extremely successful and extremely happy, and they turn them into an authority figure, a reference point, when really, these people are just crazy. They set a bad example. They represent an abnormal set of values. That's how the glaze works. That's how it draws people's attention to certain things. That's how it creates more and more authority figures, through the media and through earlier authority figures. Try to find a star in literature, music, film, business, politics, or academia who is completely normal, who represents a sound set of values, who lives and behaves in such a way that through their music or films, they transmit a pattern worth accepting and following. You will find them, but frighteningly few. Culture is in decline. The glaze is setting a lower and lower standard of living, worldview, and behavior as a good example, as a set of requirements. The more famous someone is, the more prestige they have. Most of the biggest stars in the world are depraved characters who behave in a demented way, live in a crazy way, and the values they convey are not values. Many of the biggest stars are actually sick people. And it's no coincidence that they've been made into stars. 3. Art is a very sensitive subject for the supreme caste. There is nothing that is so closely linked to freedom as art. And there is no other type of person more difficult to suppress than the artist. While academic public life has been relatively easily controlled by the caste, and it can maintain its repression in this area today with little effort, art still needs to be given very serious attention. 2 big lies about art have been spread, which have virtually destroyed real art. These 2 lies are: 1. Art is expression, and 2. The purpose of art is to entertain. Both are extremely far from the truth, and both are capable of misleading almost anyone who tries to create something. The lie that art is expression has led to more and more things being called art, and more eccentrics being mistaken for artists. This has given rise to the view that the artist is not fully conscious, has a vacant gaze, is disconnected from reality, and wanders the world in a dreamy state, and so on. The other lie, which claims that the purpose of art is entertainment, has led to the belief that art should make people forget the depressing nature of reality. With these 2 great lies, the supreme caste has dragged art down into the mud, obliterated its original function, and rendered it virtually ineffective. Today, it seems that art is fun, but it has no special meaning, and almost anything is more important than art. 4. I began working for the supreme caste as a professional liar in the early 1980s. A considerable part of my duties, especially in the early years, was related to the arts. The caste had a huge failure in science fiction, which demonstrated to them the danger they were dealing with in the arts. In the first half of the 20th century, science fiction took off, and the supreme caste was not opposed to it, because the genre was considered science fiction, because the writers were telling the established lies. If someone didn't, they were immediately downgraded to fantasy. Except that the whole science fiction craze had a side effect that my predecessor at the time simply didn't recognize in time. This was that the short stories novels, and films about space had created such an interest in space travel that the cast had to set up a space program which served virtually no purpose other than to demonstrate the difficulties and pointlessness of space travel. The writers of the golden age of science fiction created the space program by introducing the dream of planetary and interstellar space travel into the public consciousness through their stories. That's exactly how it happened, without the slightest exaggeration. Having learned from this, the Supreme Cast has since become much more cautious in judging seemingly innocent artistic creations and would intervene at the slightest sign of a nuisance. In the early 70s, a new musical movement emerged in the United States, more specifically in the Bronx in New York. By the end of the decade, it was becoming popular. The first album was released in 1979, and the new movement was out in the world. It was called rap. The song "The Message," released in 1982, sparked the cast's interest in the genre, which carried heavy political messages about oppression. My first major assignment in the service of the Supreme Cast was to destroy rap. In the case of rap, I followed standard operating procedure. Every generation should be given some symbols that they can identify with freedom and with which they can feel free. Freedom has never been given to any generation since the world began, but symbols have been. That is how ridiculous trifles such as long hair, miniskirts, torn jeans, and speeding on the motorway have become symbols of freedom. That's what people got, nothing else. Every generation needs some little thing to rebel against. That's the principle. Every generation rebels against the system, even though they don't know what the system is. Their rebellion was always some kind of movement of defiance, whatever they called it, and it was never an actual rebellion. They were told by the politicians, or the tyrants, or the oppressors, or the bigwigs, or the fat cats, or whatever they called the incarnation of the system at the time, that it was forbidden for underage people to drink alcohol. What happened to that? Millions of people believed that they were rebelling against the system by drinking alcohol before the age of 18. Then came drugs. Then came sexual promiscuity. Then came crime itself. And again, millions believed, and still believed, that they were rebelling against the system by taking drugs, living as prostitutes, and committing crimes of all kinds. And strangely enough, it didn't occur to them that what they were doing was either completely pointless, like long hair, which the cast didn't care about in the slightest, or self-destructive, like alcohol and drugs, or pushed one towards total social incapacitation, like the hippie movement or the fashion of crime. They had simply walked into the trap of the Supreme Cast, and in doing so, they were eager to believe that they had just rebelled against it. I myself followed the cliché outlined above when I turned rap, which was in fact the last free musical art, into the usual silly rebellion against the system. To do this, I first invented the central lie, the thought idol. The inspiration came from an old Roman saying, "Carpe diem," seize the day. I reworded this saying and changed the meaning from live in the now to live for the now. The difference between the two is only one syllable, but the original meaning is reversed. Seize the day means take action, don't delay. Live for today means forget the future. In its new form, it was already very useful to oppress and cripple people. After all, if there is only today, only the moment, then everything is about the momentary experience, and consequentially, anything can be done. One can be a criminal, an alcoholic, a drug addict, whatever. The point is that it has no meaning. The ideology that surrounded the central lie included lies such as, money is all that matters because money controls everything. Criminals are the real rebels. The world cannot be changed. The system judges everything by the color of your skin. The old caste custom of stirring up controversy is everywhere. And so on. After that, it was just a matter of making stars out of a few degenerate criminals, which requires money and media. And everything else would go on its way. Today, rap is the #1 promotional vehicle for the criminal lifestyle and criminal values in culture. There are still hard lyrics, political, religious, and ideological messages, but these are just standard genre elements, a bit of bluster, but nobody takes seriously. This is how the caste treats those who rebel against it. It buys their souls for a little money, a little fame, a little sex, and these rebels are then promoted to propagandists, although they don't even realize it. 5. What is called art today is not art. What is believed to be art today is merely a mouthpiece of the supreme caste, a part of the propaganda machine. The true artist is not some freak, a weirdo, an eccentric figure who no one really understands. The true artist is not a fool, not a deviant figure who lives only for the moment. True art is not there to draw people's attention to sex. True art is not a means to make people believe ugly lies. The true artists dare to defy all the authority figures of the world just to be themselves and to create freely. The task of art is to show the way, to set before people examples, good and bad, from which they can learn, to make the complicated simple, to make the difficult digestible, to bring beauty into the world. Art is teaching in its purest sense. That is what art was originally about. 8. Deprived of education. The 8th lesson about the world. 1. The education system is an important part of the glaze. The education system is there to make people manageable. The purpose of school is to cultivate an authority-centric mindset. It has no other purpose. This is not to say that the curriculum of the Western or Eastern education system is entirely made up of lies, because that would not be true. What I can say, however, is that the main task of the education system is to make students manageable, and it does this by making them believe some basic lies. The modern definition of learning is entirely materialist and most reminiscent of hypnosis. Learning is the development of a conditioned reflex, conditioning, the inculcation that the learner will always give a predetermined response, answer, to a given stimulus, in this case, usually a given question. In schools today, people are taught lies and meaningless truths. Meaningless truths because they do nothing to make life easier. On the contrary. Vocational training is on a different page from general training. But, as far as vocational training is concerned, much of the curriculum is false, and the truths are either meaningless or only help in the performance of professional tasks. Anyone who has ever tried to learn a trade at school knows that it is not possible. It takes many years after the school years to really get into the practice of your chosen trade. 2. In almost every country on earth, the officially accepted but still completely unfounded worldview is materialism. According to materialism, there is only one life. People spend a very significant part of this supposedly single life, 10, 15, 20 years, being exposed to certain information, 80 to 85% of which they simply forget once they leave the education system, and a significant part of the rest is used for nothing, but at most talked about. The curriculum consists largely of useless information. A quarter to a third of a human lifetime is spent on completely meaningless activities that are incredibly overrated. What is this if not dehumanization? The official materials state that the goal of teaching is to develop basic education in people. First of all, this is not attainable. Second, this objective makes no sense and conceals an immense amount of dilettantism. What is education for? What should we get from basic education? Who, and on the basis of what scientific facts, has determined what we should consider basic education? And even more brutally, why is the purpose of teaching some kind of education and not preparation for life? The answer, unfortunately, is far too simple. On the one hand, because the supreme caste has no interest in making anyone more capable. Quite the contrary. On the other hand, because it makes it much harder to expose the pseudoscience called pedagogy, which is utterly incapable of teaching anyone anything. Because if it were a question of mere education, what would the exam be? A little memory test. Does the student remember this and that or not? And that's it. The question of what the student goes on to do with this arbitrarily cobbled together infinite amount of information called basic education in their life never even arises. Because if it did matter, then one could examine whether human beings who have emerged from the education system have actually become more capable of living, and whether they are actually succeeding in life. For once you start expecting that from education, it would immediately become apparent that it doesn't work. Thus, to ensure it never comes to light that what is really happening here is not teaching, but conditioning, or, more precisely, taming. They claim that the purpose of education is to acquire basic cultural knowledge. Therefore, they can throw all sorts of useless information into a basket called a curriculum under the heading of education on the basis that it can't hurt if the student hears about this and that, and this, and this, and this, and this, and so on, and so on, and so on. This immeasurable amount of unnecessary information is then drummed into people for years on end, taking up their time, draining their energy, and robbing them of a significant part of their lives. The education system even saps the desire to learn, vilely defiling the word learning, and instilling in the student a lifelong hatred of learning. The only benefit of the education system is that it teaches people two really important things. One is the ability to read and write, and the other is the 4 basic mathematical operations. But for these, a month or 2 would be enough. So, what is the real point of the other 200 to 240 months? If people spend 10 to 15 to 20 years learning things they could actually use, they could change the world. Well, that is what the Supreme Caste does not want. The Supreme Caste is using the education system to kill people's desire and love of learning, to replace the actual nature of learning with a false definition, making it almost impossible to actually understand anything, and to instill false beliefs in billions of people. The education system is extremely successful at instilling inhibitions in students, extremely successful at crushing people, at killing their free will. But it is not at all successful at teaching. it has failed at that. The failure of education is based on a false definition of learning and teaching. The only reason why some people do still manage to learn something in school is because of the talent, dedication, and commitment of individual teachers. 3. There is a special link between intelligence and learning. This relationship is one of the world's great mysteries. Many IQ tests have been developed. There are hundreds, perhaps even thousands. Each test approaches intelligence in a slightly different way. Mathematical, logical, geometrical, some are geographically or musically based, and others have other focuses. Hundreds and thousands of experts have felt that there was something wrong with existing IQ tests. Their feelings were based on the observation that they had failed to score high enough on IQ tests. They based their own test on what they thought they were best at and tweaked it until it did its job. That is, it made its creator look extremely intelligent. The materialist definition of intelligence and IQ is so confused that it cannot be considered a definition at all. Intelligence has been defined as understanding, comprehension, knowledge. So, what does intelligence do when it works? Such a purely pragmatic question is one that materialism is not prepared to answer. It gives a very impractical answer. The signaling and thinking molecules in the brain are converted into electrical signals by a voltage differential, and so on. This is a definition I once made up, and it is so confusing that even I myself don't understand it. In fact, nobody does, and that's because it simply doesn't make sense. But that was the point. 4. Our intelligence, our mind, is the capacity we have to solve problems. A more intelligent, smarter person can solve problems more effectively. That's all. You'll find quite a lot of places describing this, and with some common sense, anyone can easily come to this conclusion. Suppose a person sits in a room and takes an IQ test. The time allowed is 30 minutes, but they only need 7 minutes to complete the test, and the result is still the maximum score. This person's IQ, including time bonuses, is 210. They used their intelligence. Then a fire breaks out in the building, and our subject is burned alive because they couldn't get out. Another person who scored 98 on the same test walks out of the burning building with no problem and even saves 8 other people. How is that possible? Getting out of a burning building is as much a series of problems as solving a 5-digit equation. So what? How could the one with an IQ of 210 fail to use intelligence when the same problem meant nothing to the other with an IQ of 98? How is that possible? A person who has entered the record books for having an IQ of 288, according to a test, would never be able to not only solve but even not recognize a glaring error in a Sanskrit poem if they do not know Sanskrit and do not know the form of the verse. Do you understand now? It is utterly impossible to discover a problem if you know nothing about that particular thing. And if you don't notice it, you can't solve it. And how can you know about something? By learning. Intelligence can be developed simply by learning, and to any degree. There is another implication of this, that IQ does not exist. The so-called IQ tests do not measure intelligence, but education, the theoretical proficiency in a particular field. 5. So, IQ does not exist, at least not in the way they say it does. The answer to the common question, "What is your IQ?" should be, according to what IQ test, because the number of tests is equal to the number of scores. There is no absolute IQ, but can be used as a measure of intellectual ability. Every person has a myriad of IQs, different in each area. Who was smarter, Einstein or Lincoln? The question is inherently wrong. The right question is, who is smarter at what? In other words, in what area are they better at solving problems? A welder would probably fall asleep at the sight of a complex mathematical equation that fills a whole blackboard, while a brilliant mathematician would probably end up in hospital or the morgue or even prison if they tried to weld. Which discipline is more important in a given case is another matter and has nothing to do with IQ. Each person has a different IQ in each area, and the IQ in a particular area depends uniquely on the degree of understanding of that area. The purpose of learning is to enable a person to do something. We learn so we can do things, not so that we have something to think and talk about. Learning is not about forming conditioned reflexes. It is about acquiring knowledge. Knowing does not mean accepting and worshiping authoritative information. One does not learn about what is on the far side of the moon by reading the opinion of a particular authority figure, but by going and seeing what is on the far side of the moon. You go and see for yourself. That is what the word knowledge means. If knowledge is not something that we have experienced for ourselves, that we have seen for ourselves with our own eyes, then knowledge can only be something that we have taken on faith from someone else. If personal experience is not the deciding factor, then there is nothing left but authority figures. Learning is one of the most rewarding activities. Learning can take a person to any height, or humanity itself. Chapter 9. The Economic Handcuffs. The 9th lesson about the world. 1. No civilization can survive without an economy. An economy is a system that creates and sells goods and services. For trade to take place, you need something that can be exchanged for something else. This something can be a product, such as a house, or a service, such as the design of a house. There is only one type of trade, and that is barter. But direct barter is extremely cumbersome. You cannot imagine how complicated, slow, and inefficient it is. In direct barter, if someone has, say, a chair, and wants a straw, they must find someone who has a straw and wants a chair of the kind they are offering. To increase the efficiency of the economy, indirect barter was invented, and an intermediate step was added to the exchange of goods and services. This intermediate step is a universal medium of exchange. Everything is exchanged for this medium. It is called money. Without the economy and money, we would either not be alive or we would still be in prehistoric times. The economy and money are not bad, nor are they evil. They are just tools that are very important for the survival of a large community. 2. An economy is the system that most directly controls our bodies. We physically live off the economic system. It is through the economic system that we eat, drink, sleep, work, play, relax, and receive medical care. The economic system is full of mechanisms to control us through our bodily needs. A very significant part of a person's life is spent earning money to maintain their body. The daily struggle for mere existence consumes an enormous amount of their time, energy, thoughts, and attention. Most people do the kind of work they do only for the money. They are not interested in it otherwise. If economic handcuffs did not exist, people could devote themselves to what they really want to do and learn things that really matter to them. A truly human life, a life worthy of human beings, only begins when we are no longer struggling to survive and are no longer governed by external constraints. One might object that many rich people are only after money. This is true, but only because they do not know what money is for. Money is fuel that can power lives, businesses, projects, and organizations. And money buys time for the things that really matter. A person who works, who creates, has made a sufficient contribution to the economy through their work, through the product or service they create. No further contribution is required. Income tax, whatever the academic explanations for its indispensability, is not needed by the state. It is merely an arbitrarily imposed element whose sole function is to control citizens. Income tax is not just a poverty certificate for economics, which for some unknown reason defines itself as a science. It is simply an instrument of oppression. Karl Marx is credited with the idea of a system of taxation in which the amount of income tax paid is based on income. That is, the more you earn, the more you pay in tax. The point of this system is simply that it has made it impossible for people to legally become economically independent and no longer feel the economic shackles. No matter how talented a person is, no matter how much knowledge they have, no matter how much work they do, no matter how much value they bring to a country, they cannot escape the economic shackles because Marx's tax system does not allow them to do so. Not legally, only illegally. But the moment someone breaks the law, they have already offered the system a pretext for attack. The ideology that has sold us this kind of oppressive tax system includes principles such as burden sharing, fair taxation, sparing the poor, and more. In order for these lies to be accepted, the masses had to be made to believe that the only way to get rich is through illegal means, and that anyone who lives well is a criminal and exploits others. This idea completely ignores individual talent, ability, intelligence, perseverance, determination, thoroughness, and one could go on and on. It denies all this and claims that those who have money only have it because they have taken it from others. The economy is structured, because of the Marxist tax system, to terribly punish those who do something good for the community and to reward those who do nothing but make the air worse. The supreme caste has, over time, developed few tools as effective in destroying morale as the income tax. 3. Whatever you base it on, you almost certainly need some amount of money to keep it going. Money is fuel. The supreme caste has devised countless tricks to make almost everything dependent on financial manipulation. For example, they managed to make a lie a subject of study in universities. One university, however, refuses to teach the lie because the principal sees through it. What happens? In a short time, the university is left without a source of funding, and it disappears into the abyss. If the director is only an employee, the only way to save the school from bankruptcy is to fire the director, who is then fired by the owner. The university, which has so fiercely resisted making a lie a compulsory part of the curriculum, ends up teaching it anyway, over its own dead body. To stay with the example, let's say the principal was thrown out of their job. They try to get a job in another educational institution, but because they are blacklisted, they are not hired anywhere, or if they are fired after a short time, because the economic handcuffs are clicking, and the school is forced to give in to the pressure if it wants to survive. A brilliant engineer wants to start a research project and is looking for funding. The news reaches the supreme caste, and the caste ensures that the engineer gets the grant. Why? Because they need the engineer's knowledge and want to see where it can take them. And then what happens? In exchange for the money, the researcher hands over the copyrights, industrial property rights, publication rights, commercial rights, and so on, to the funders, and their discoveries are buried, never to reach the public. It also happens that they realize that the research is too dangerous, so they make up some excuse, feign indignation, freeze the funding, and then demand the money back, claiming that they have been cheated. Suddenly, the researchers and scientists are completely in debt and may even end up impoverished or in prison. The Supreme Caste basically uses 3 methods to rule the world economically. 1. It simply does not support certain things, projects, political movements, and so on, and uses all means at its disposal to prevent them from getting money. 2. It gives financial support, but makes the money conditional, as in the case of the university above, where the condition was to teach a lie. 3. It gives financial support, but only in order to obtain certain inventions and so on, which it then keeps for itself, and which never reach the people. In these 3 ways, entire disciplines, branches of medicine, schools, technical innovations, and so on, have been suppressed. By applying the economic handcuffs, methods of flight, and medical schools of thought have disappeared into thin air, with hardly anyone hearing of them. They didn't disappear because they didn't work or weren't effective enough. Quite the opposite. 4. A conglomerate is a group of companies in which apparently independent companies have a common management. The economy is managed through secretive conglomerates. The largest companies and business empires have common management. These are unregistered, unincorporated, secretive conglomerates, with no trace of them anywhere. The dominant companies in an industry are controlled from behind the scenes by the same board of directors. Apparently competing companies are not really competitors. They meet in the top management clubs of the business world, where they sign contracts and agree on their goals and strategies. The masters of the economy can create money. They mint it, they print it, and since the banking system has been computerized, they type it. The masters of the economy make money. That is, they create it. They do not receive or earn it. This means that they don't give anything in exchange for the money, but they can get anything for it. If, for example, they want to buy a company worth $5 billion, they use various tricks to get the price down to $3 billion, then sit in front of a computer and type it in. $3 million. Then they press enter, or click their mouse in the right place, and they have transferred the money, and the company is theirs, and everyone is happy. They create the money. They don't work for it. They don't give anything for it. 5. A theory that has recently gained popularity is that the world is run by the great banking dynasties, and that money is what they have used to defeat civilization. These banking dynasties do exist, and they have amassed immense fortunes through a myriad of tricks, and have indeed kept much of the world in economic bondage. But they are far from being at the top. John F. Kennedy passed a law, and the most powerful bankers in the world could do nothing about it. Whatever they did, the law was there. They lost their biggest business to a politician, and the right to issue money in America was no longer in private hands. Hence, politics trumps economics. No matter what it looks like, this is the truth. Chapter 10. The Sick Doctor. The 10th lesson about the world. 1. In ancient China, doctors received regular allowances from their patients and lived off these benefits. Patients paid the doctor to keep them healthy, not to cure them when they were sick. If a doctor's patients got sick, they stopped paying the doctor until they were cured. Doctors were paid to prevent illness, and if they could not do this, they were no longer paid. If a doctor had too many sick patients, they could be driven out, imprisoned, or executed. This is completely unthinkable today. Nowadays, the living standard of a doctor in private practice depends on the number of patients they have, and only the sick go to the doctor, not the healthy. Today, so-called medical science receives more public and charitable funding, the more patients there are, and the more diseases there are. This is the opposite of the system that existed in ancient China. As a result, research is going in a completely different direction. Today, a doctor who has only healthy patients goes hungry. 2. Many years ago, when I was not yet a man of the supreme caste, I had a friend who was diagnosed with cancer, and his doctor told him that he had 6 months at most. My friend went to other doctors hoping that the diagnosis was wrong, but 8 doctors confirmed that he did have cancer and was dying. He was numb with shock for a few days, but then he regained his strength, took on the world, and kept looking until he found a doctor who could cure his cancer. He then went back to every doctor who had diagnosed him, and every one of them said he was cancer-free. They said, "Obviously, the diagnosis was wrong. It happens sometimes." My friend, about 2 years later, fell in love with a girl, and they were soon married. They were madly in love, but suddenly she got sick. She had cancer. My friend wasn't worried because he knew a doctor who could cure cancer. But his wife didn't believe in a lifestyle based on stress, poor nutrition, and epigenetics. She believed in officially sanctioned treatments. She underwent everything the hospital recommended, but she was not cured. She died just 8 months after being diagnosed. My friend was almost out of his mind with grief. He didn't want to live. A few weeks later, he called me from prison, where he was being held for murder. He had taken a shotgun, visited his wife's doctor, and asked him why he had not been able to cure the love of his life. And he obviously didn't like the answers, because he ended the conversation by blowing the doctor's head off. He told his story in court, but no one believed him. His doctors confirmed that his condition had indeed been misdiagnosed, but unfortunately, these things happen. My friend was sentenced to death and executed. This was in the 1980s. Cancer was already a boogeyman. Millions of people had died from it, and billions were terrified of it. My friend had a great reputation. He knew someone who could cure cancer with over 90% effectiveness, even in terminal cases. It doesn't have to kill you. The knowledge is there. It is available. Nobody cared. It was a shock to me at the time, but it made me understand how an authority figure can close roads, present truth as lies, and slaughter people without a gun. 3. Being afraid of cancer myself at the time, I was quite disturbed by the whole thing, and I remember spending nights thinking about the state of mind of the doctors. I wondered what they must be feeling and thinking as they sat at their desks in their white coats, telling the broken, sick person sitting opposite them that there was no other solution than a treatment whose efficacy was, to put it mildly, questionable, and claiming that there was no better way on earth. I could not understand the kind of staggering, mind-boggling, suicidal, fanatical blindness with which a doctor thinks they know everything there is in the world, that they know every method, every idea, every procedure with which anyone on this planet has ever tried to treat any disease, and that of every single one of the many options, the only way to treat it is the one they have, and that alone is the most effective. I remember a professor at university who got into a heated, almost personal debate with me about a subject that was just beginning to be discussed in small lectures at the time. A decade and a half later, It was among the propositions officially recognized as scientific, even though it contradicted some parts of the curriculum at the time. The wheels of science grind slowly, and the wheels of education grind even slower. It takes decades from the time a research area begins to produce results to the time it becomes part of the official curriculum, and sometimes even longer before it appears on legally sanctioned treatment lists. Then I was recruited by the Supreme Caste, and I quickly understood what was going on and why. Health is an important tool, and which of the four big networks do you think it falls under? The political network, or the economic network, the violence industry, the ideological network? Well, I'll tell you, under the violence network. The whole health system, all over the world, falls under the jurisdiction of the violence network. 4. Someone who is considered a healer, doctor, or medical practitioner is essentially someone who sells products and services from a list. This is not a new invention. In all ages and in all lands, there have been closed teachings and closed lists from which work was done. This is not necessarily a bad thing. When working with a strong set of criteria, healers used established and workable tools in a standardized form. This excludes inventive, unsubstantiated practices that save people's lives. The problem arises when the system of criteria is not strong enough, in the sense that it is not sufficiently scientific, but rather authority-centered, perhaps even purely profit-driven. Such a system will stifle any progress. The health professional who is completely missing from the health sector is the highly qualified scientist who is extremely knowledgeable. They know the mainstream and alternative treatments in the field, the research, the state of the art, and they know what treatments are available and how well established they are at any given time, in any hospital or university anywhere in the world. They could propose solutions that could provide the most effective treatment to any health problem. To understand what the health sector is doing under the protective hand of the network of violence, one only has to think of the extreme lifestyles of almost the entire population. Activities that cause deformities, sedentary lifestyles, poor nutrition, high stress, addictions, and polluted environments. Instead of trying to get rid of them, they are mostly not mentioned, while, on the other hand, the number of diseases is rising steeply. The number of proposed treatments is also rising, and there is an endless flow of money, with the masses heavily dependent on the system. In healthcare, marketing is the diagnosis. That's your problem, and there's another customer. The real challenge for medicine should be to extend life, but instead it is wrestling with artificially created problems. Chapter 11. The Sole Cause of Wars. The 11th Lesson about the World. 1. Do you know what the French did in the First World War? Do you know what the Germans did in World War II? Do you know what the Americans did in Vietnam? Do you know what the Soviets did in Afghanistan? Do you know what the Iraqis did in Kuwait? I'll tell you. Absolutely nothing. A country is not a closed system, nor is a continent. This planet is a closed system. Therefore, everything on this planet is global, which means that everything belongs to everyone. Whatever happens in one country belongs to all countries. Nothing is a private matter. Since Chernobyl, this hardly needs explaining. In fact, there are no nations, only people. There are no countries. There is only this planet. That is the basic situation. But you can't incite much violence on such a basic position. You can't create enough violence to bind the attention, thoughts, emotions, and actions of billions of people. The supreme caste had to make people believe that those living in other geographical areas were alien and dangerous, or at least suspicious. It is now possible to create international crime, to wage war, and to maintain the threat of war. 2. Generalization, ignoring differences, is one of the most basic, powerful, and vicious tools of manipulation. In fact, the media generalize everything. Generalization, like a disease, is so widespread and so effective that if you show on TV that there have been 3 outbreaks in 3 different countries, the reaction is, there is a pandemic. 3 out of 6 billion people have been infected, and it's considered a pandemic. Violence cannot spread unless it is based on generalization. It is absolutely impossible to start a war if it is not based on a generalization. The question is, what did the Germans do in World War II? What did the Americans do in Vietnam? And what did the Iraqis do in Kuwait? The only correct answer is nothing at all. Neither the Germans nor the Americans nor the Iraqis did anything. They are nations, and nations cannot act. History books say that the Germans attacked France in the Second World War. Absolutely impossible. It is a lie. It did not happen. Nations do not act. A nation is an abstract concept that denotes a community, nothing more. An entire population cannot be condemned and held responsible for the sins of specific individuals. Such collective responsibility always results in the real perpetrators getting away with their crimes, while many innocent people are punished. At the behest of a few people, and according to the plans of a few people, some born in Germany, some born in Austria, some in other countries, an army flying a German flag, made up largely of people born in Germany, attacked people living in France. It's true, it happened. But not all Germans agreed with this action. Can you imagine how many threats it took for the soldiers of the armies of the Second World War to kill anonymous people who were strangers to them? Do you have any idea how horribly and brutally people and their families, conscripted into the armies, had to be threatened and disciplined to carry out senseless orders? According to contemporary records, more than 50% of the soldiers in the German army refused to kill even under these threats. Real re-education camps and programs had to be developed by the leadership to persuade their soldiers to commit deadly crimes on command. That is how much they disagreed with the war. If we condemn nations, we will have 2 results. 1. The real culprits will go free. That is absolutely certain. 2. We will hate whole nations. That is, we will generalize, which is nothing but warmongering, inflammatory propaganda. Everything is done by people. People do both the good and the bad, and if we are not able to make a distinction between people, and if we are not able to identify the real source of the danger, then there is nothing we can do about it. The supreme caste is aware of this, so they are actually making people dumber and dumber by making loud generalizations in the media. 3. The supreme caste beats generalizations into people so that they see everything as a coherent, smooth mass, and they go mad. Everything is the same. Everyone is the same. Either nobody has done anything, or everybody has done something. To start a war, you need an incredible amount of generalization. The precondition for war is that the armed forces of at least 2 countries attack each other in an organized way and start killing each other. How do you get someone to go to another country and kill the people who live there? By deception. Deception to the point of hallucination. 8 people born in Iran go to China and commit a crime. If there were no generalization, what would happen? These 8 people would be sought, arrested, and punished, but not once would it be mentioned where they were born. But if we generalize, then the crime of the 8 Iranian-born people in China is an Iranian declaration of war against China, as a result of which the Chinese army goes to Iran and starts killing people there. Without generalization, there can be no war, no conflict between countries, peoples, religions, or other communities. Notice that when a few white people born in England commit a crime in the United States, the possibility of war is not even mentioned. Whereas, when a few people born in Syria commit a crime in the United States, the possibility of war with Syria is immediately mentioned. The reason is that the Supreme Caste wants to stir up war tensions between America and Syria, but not between America and Britain. In both cases, the same thing happened, but in one case, it was not generalized. In the other, it was. 4. America has no response. Russia has no plans. Iraq does not threaten other countries, and so on. Countries are abstract concepts, merely geographical and legal terms. A country or a nation thinks nothing, feels nothing, does nothing, plans nothing, makes no decisions, and goes nowhere. Only human beings are capable of such things. Individual human beings who have names, faces, homes, thoughts, worldviews, and lives. Suppose 20 people, born in Australia and living in the Sahara, travel to England and assassinate the royal family, and England declares war on Australia and the Sahara. This makes as much sense as a mountaineer falling down a mountain and then some people coming up and smashing the mountain in revenge. It's all pure manipulation. The Supreme Caste decides to start a war, throws in a lie, a thought idol, supplies it with false arguments, ideologies, and backs it all up with authority figures, and the people believe it. And the game of what is known in professional circles as organized slaughter can begin. 5. If you look at any two things, you will find many differences between them. 2 leaves, 2 apples, 2 books, 2 pencils, 2 of anything. If someone told you that you were exactly like one of your friends, you would know that they were not normal, because you would see thousands of differences between you and your friend, and that's just 2 people. Can you imagine what it must be like to see millions of people as exactly alike? Can you imagine how crazy you must be to do that? Can you imagine how much power authority figures have? Warmongering propaganda does nothing more than generalize and claim that all people belonging to a particular nation agree on everything to the maximum. This propaganda works, and what it claims is utter nonsense. Wars are fought to distract people from other things. Wars have no more fundamental reason than that. A war breaks out because the Supreme Caste orders it. The first step is that propaganda comes in and does nothing but generalize. You can study any war. All the war propaganda, all the agitation propaganda was just generalization. Then, with some organization, enough weapons and anger are gathered in a small place, and then one or both armies, or part of an army, are launched. An armed conflict is created, which means that people die. From that moment on, a new factor comes into play: personal loss. The war becomes a personal matter for the population, and so it takes on a life of its own. Somewhere, everything, or almost everything, is trade. You give something, and you get something in return. In war, you give your honor, your mind, your health, and your life. And what do you get in return? Words, and empty words at that. Patriot, hero, man, a real man. He gives away everything he has and gets a few words in return, a few titles that, if they ever meant anything, certainly didn't mean a puppet without a will, which goes where it's told, commits whatever crime it's told to do, and then dies just because it's told to. A war is fought as long as the Supreme Caste wants it, and ends when the Supreme Caste stops it. Whatever war we take, it ended because the Supreme Caste said it was over. Something was presented on the surface and used as an excuse. Then the orders were given, and the fight was over. That's the end of war. Get a map of the world and look at it, and forget about countries and borders. When you do that, you will see much more clearly. It is absolutely irrelevant where in the world a particular crime was committed, in which part of the world those who committed it were born, lived, and planned what they did. Forget countries and forget nations, for there are none. The aliens don't live on Earth. Chapter 12. A Dirty World. The 12th lesson about the world. 1. You may remember the headlines that broke the sensational news that the United States of America and its allies had attacked Iraq in order to disarm it of its weapons of mass destruction, despite the protests of the UN and international public opinion. And you will also remember the headlines that told the world that nothing had been found. What happened in Iraq? One thing is certain, it is not what they say. This latest war in Iraq, the second in number, has nothing to do with weapons of mass destruction or oil. It is about something else. Think about it. How much was at stake in finding the weapons of mass destruction that started this whole war? Because if they had found them, the opponents would have forgotten all the grievances, all the disagreements. They would have forgiven the violation of UN resolutions, the disregard of public opinion, everything. If they had found them, it would have saved the reputation of the President of the United States, the reputation of American politics, the intelligence service, and the military, and the reputation of the American people. Yet, they found nothing. What could have been so important that it was worth even that sacrifice? The question is not what it seems to be. It's not why they found nothing, but if the stakes were so high, why didn't they lie about having found it? It would have been easy. It would not have been the first lie in politics. And who could have checked? But let's play with the idea and suppose that a weapon of mass destruction had been found in Iraq. What do you think the scenario would have been in this case? Say, Sergeant Joe finds something strange in an Iraqi village. What does he do? Notify his superior officer? I'm sure he would. And his superior? His superior officer notifies his superior officer, right? And what else do you do? Notify the media? Really? He commandeers 5 passenger planes, 1 for the officers, 1 for the experts, 1 for the soldiers securing the scene, 1 for the media people, 1 for the onlookers, and then these 1,500 people move out to the scene where Sergeant Joe has found something strange. The object is surrounded by the experts, the officers, the media people, the onlookers, the soldiers. All at once they examine it, and they conclude that the object is in fact a hydrogen bomb. Within a minute, the news is all over the world. Well, is that what would have happened? Was that the scenario? Hardly. The moment Sergeant Joe informs his superior, the case is classified as top secret. That means from then on, no one can talk about it, not even among friends. A few experts travel to the scene in utmost secrecy and examine the object. If the object is a weapon of mass destruction, it is hidden and removed from the country, and they do all this to the complete exclusion of journalists, reporters, photographers, terrorists, onlookers, and anyone else who was not part of the team carrying out the operation. This is what would have happened if any dangerous weapons had been found in Iraq. There would have been no live TV coverage. No outsider would have been allowed near the object. How big is a hydrogen bomb? Some are the size of a suitcase. How big is an ampule containing a pathogen capable of killing millions of people? Some are the size of a small mobile phone. And how big is Iraq? Get it? The whole thing is full of contradictions from start to finish. No one could have gained access to the weapon, and no one could have checked to see if there was no weapon, but they were lying about there being one. Just as in the reverse case, it would have been enough to show a crate and say, nuclear bomb. A photo would have been enough. All it would have taken was an official statement. All that would have been enough, whether there was a weapon or not. And yet, there was no crate, no photo, and no statement. They allegedly didn't even find the means of making weapons of mass destruction. Yet chemical and biological weapons can be produced with ordinary household tools, provided one has the know-how and the raw materials. 2. The point of all this is not that nothing was found in Iraq, although that is very hard to imagine. The point is the ideology and the thought idol that the supreme caste has, using its authority figures, sold to the people. America and its allies, in short America, initiated a war against a country on false pretenses. That is the news. That is the ideology. And that is the point. America. The Americans. It's a generalization. This is all a well-planned and precisely executed, warmongering, inflammatory propaganda against the United States of America. What is all this for? It is the preparatory stage. We are witnessing the ideological groundwork for a future event. What this future event is, and when it will take place, is anyone's guess. But two things are certain. One is the nature of the event, and the other is the location. It will happen in America, and the key player will be some kind of weapon of mass destruction. The war in Iraq is nothing other than a pretext for selling an ideology, and that ideology is intended to create very negative public sentiment against the United States of America and against the American people. This is so that when it happens, it will be credible. Today there are no longer opposing military blocs. The reason why is because the idea of having them has not lived up to expectations. A better idea was needed, and now there is one. It was my job to develop the lies that would support the Supreme Caste's thought idol that the United States deserves to be destroyed, except that there is no conventional way to wage war against America because of its geography and technical capabilities. That is why the argument, the ideology I developed, is the medium for a new kind of war. This new kind of war will bring hell on earth. If war is everywhere, if the threat is everywhere and affects everyone, then everything is permitted as a defense. Is it not? The Supreme Caste has devised a new kind of world war, one that requires far less investment than the previous wars, yet brings in far more revenue than all previous wars combined. Sometimes 1 or 2 people die here, 100 die there, civilians of course, and in all sorts of places. The point is that there should be no logic to it, because if there is none, it is unpredictable. Fear is perpetuated, and a new industry blossoms that generates more revenue than anything that has ever existed before, and is also far more nefarious than anything that has ever existed before. That industry is the war on terror. Not terrorism itself, but rather the war against terrorism. This is the cause and background of the war in Iraq. It has nothing to do with weapons of mass destruction or oil. It has to do with the vilification of the United States of America and nothing else. A war is being prepared against America, and this is the preparatory stage. By the way, Iraq is full of weapons of mass destruction. This I happen to know for sure. Chapter 13. The Role of Crime. The 13th lesson about the world. 1. Crime is increasingly seen as something normal, and criminals are seen as normal people. Crime has become a simple profession. There are people who teach geography in a high school. There are people who drive taxis. There are people who fly airplanes. There are people who are detectives. There are people who are painters. There are people who deliver mail. And there are people who rape women and children, steal cars, break into flats and houses, rob banks, murder people, and so on. The long-standing effort of the supreme caste to make crime presentable has never been more successful than today in the age of materialism. The once sharp line between society and the underworld is beginning to blur. The media turns psychopathic criminals into folk heroes. Talented and skilled, as well as completely amateur directors, writers, actors, and musicians, promote the criminal lifestyle. The world is flooded with recruitment films, recruitment books, recruitment albums, all with a single message: people, become criminals. 2. The proponents of materialism claim that humans are fundamentally evil, that they are fundamentally bloodthirsty beasts, that humans are inherently predatory toward one another, that evil is in our blood, and that as a species we are still mere children. We are not mature enough to be entrusted with nature because we exploit it. We destroy the planet. We destroy the fauna, the flora. We kill each other. We have a deep instinct for territorialism, the instinct to kill. We have crime and warfare, and it is all genetically encoded into us. At least that's what the authority figures say. But let's examine this ideology without any sense of religious piety. Humans are fundamentally evil. That's too general. Let's be a bit more specific. Who is evil? Is everyone bad? Are humans inherently predatory toward one another? Most people never commit crimes. Most people never take what is not theirs. They don't steal from other people's lockers, drawers, bags, or pockets. They don't steal other people's cars. They don't embezzle a single penny. They don't break into apartments, houses, factories, warehouses, beat up people, rape children or women. And let's add to that, men either. They kidnap no one, murder no one, dump no radioactive waste in the sea in rusty steel drums, clear no forests, nor start any wars. So who is the villain? Who is it that actually makes these universal accusations? Is it you? Or your neighbor? Your friend? To whom do these accusations apply? It is only a handful of people, in fact very few, only a small percentage of the human race, yet the media has created a mirage around them, as if they were the majority. There are people who fight for others all day long, the real doctors, paramedics, virologists, bacteriologists, disaster relief workers, investigators, and others. And there are people who, though not as spectacularly, are there to maintain their posts and keep the world running. Well, what about them? What do they do to mess it up? Are they killing too? Are they stealing, robbing, cheating, embezzling? Do they rape others, burn forests, start wars? Yes? When? Where? How? I am well aware that the authority figures claim that humans are fundamentally evil, vile beasts, because I have suggested that they claim that. But if you ignore the authority figures, you will see that what they chant is simply baseless. 3. Of course, it would be short-sighted to claim that those who are imprisoned are certainly criminals, and those who are not are certainly good people. Nor can I responsibly state that the penal codes punish all crimes, or that the worst crimes are punished, because that would not be true. There is no doubt that all roads are unnecessarily and arbitrarily made more difficult. In fact, if one wants to achieve something, one encounters dozens or hundreds or thousands of arbitrary obstacles. Arbitrary obstacles, that is, obstacles that people have created in order to make roads more difficult or even impassable. This phenomenon leads people toward crime. The fact is that life is hard, and that it is hard because it is made that way. But the difficulty of staying on the right path is completely irrelevant to the outcome. The preachers of materialism have long since declared that crime cannot be defeated. But on what basis did they declare this, that it has not yet been conquered? No one has ever been to Pluto, but it is still possible, is it not? So what knowledge is the basis for the statement that nothing can be done about crime? Edison carried out thousands of experiments before he found out how to make an electric light bulb. How many methods have been tried to stop crime, and in which way? How did they manage to try every conceivable method in a meaningful way in just a few decades? Obviously, they haven't. What would you need to see in a microscope or a test tube, or what test would you need to perform to see that crime cannot be stopped? And who would be the one to work to eliminate crime? Which organization? Which ministry? Do you know of any plan, event, or movement in the history of humanity that has targeted the elimination of crime? Can you think of any? The truth is that no plan to eliminate crime has ever been made, and no action has ever been taken to eliminate crime. The invincibility of crime is a myth. It is just a lie, told with enormous authority and backed up by nothing. 4. Crime is a weight around our necks. It is artificially created and artificially maintained. It is based on generalization, that everyone is guilty. Everyone is a criminal. It is a big lie. Crime is a tool for the supreme caste. It is used to perform 3 functions. 1. To physically control people. 2. To make people disappear by invoking it. And 3. To use it to impose more and ever more severe restrictions. Crime is therefore a means, a pretext. Law enforcement is a parody. Criminology is about as far from being a science as pedagogy. The so-called law enforcement system is about as effective as the education system. Its operation is a sham. Its successes are incredibly rare. Its successes are due in no small part to the police officers, investigators, and technicians who, despite the terrible pressures they are artificially subjected to, despite the rules that make police work almost completely inoperable, and despite the incredible inadequacy of their tools, do their jobs by virtue of their personal skills and commitment. True criminology is one of the secret sciences. It is at a very early stage, both in its philosophical background and in its methodology and technical tools. All major discoveries in this field have been buried. A science that deals with investigation, with the recognition and retrieval of clues, with the identification and search for sources, causes, and perpetrators, is a life-threatening business for a power that operates in the shadows. Police work may bring temporary successes, but in the long term, it is completely hopeless. The police have no tools to fight crime. Have you ever been in a trial where everyone knew that the criminal had committed the crime? They themselves did not deny it, and yet the charges were dropped because of some procedural error. Do you know what a procedural error is? For example, if a detective searches a garbage can without a proper warrant. A so-called procedural error is a loophole built into the system. Its function is to allow the cast to use some pretext to get people out of jail, who they need for some reason. Punishment has never brought reprieve. If all criminals were dissected alive from now on, there would still be criminals. A person doesn't commit a crime because they will not be dissected. If every thief had their arm cut off from now on, it would not lead to an end to theft, because a person does not steal because they have an arm. They do not rob because they are not in prison. They do not kill because they have not been executed. The punishment has nothing to do with the cause of the crime. It is nowhere near the cause, and it has never worked. Chapter 14. Wave of Terror. The 14th lesson about the world. 1. A series of terrorist attacks struck London. 4 suicide bombers, all British citizens of Arab descent, carried out the attacks. Officials assume that all of them died in the bombings, although so far only one of their bodies has been identified. Some sources put the death toll at 50, while others put the number of victims at less, and still others at more. According to one expert, there are at least 3,000 potential terrorists still waiting to be mobilized in Britain. All this happened in the summer of 2005. Do you remember these media reports? Terrorism is a very interesting subject and very worthy of serious study, because according to the objectives of the Supreme Caste, this is the future. The very first problem with terrorism is the definition. What is terrorism? Nowadays, activities with the word terrorism in their title have a strong advantage over other things, by which I mean various preferential rights and funds. It has become fashionable, even a business interest, to associate as many things as possible with terrorism in some way. Many items, such as gas masks, that in most countries nobody wants, have suddenly become trendy articles at certain times when they are associated with the advertising slogan, "Protection against terrorism." People who were previously regarded with total indifference are now in the spotlight, proclaiming themselves terrorism experts. An increasing share of various government and corporate budgets is being devoted to defense. If a new product or service is advertised as a means of fighting terrorism, sales are unlikely to be a problem. In summary, entire industries have now been built on the war on terror, which thrive on the hysteria created by the media around the subject. The Supreme Caste has created a new industry around terrorism, from which a large and increasing number of people are making a living. It has created a new business on which people have built their lives, and these people will defend their own interests. They will fight with all the means at their disposal against the proper definition of the words terrorism and terrorist, and against the spread of correct definitions, for fear of being put out of business. This is how the Supreme Caste creates volunteers who are prepared to kill to protect their supposed interests, but in reality, they are only protecting the interests of the caste. It is because of this phenomenon, and this phenomenon alone, that the definition of the words terrorism and terrorist has become so difficult. These two words do not have concrete, established, and officially sanctioned definitions. In fact, it is a fairly simple task to define the words. If we study a few terrorist attacks in search of common denominators, what we are looking for jumps out with remarkable speed. This is the first thing that comes to mind, for it is this that triggers our indignation. Prepared, armed individuals slaughtering unprepared, unarmed individuals. This is the common denominator in all terrorist attacks. Terrorism is therefore an organized armed struggle against a civilian population. Its sole purpose is to intimidate the population. Its essence is unpredictability and senselessness, because if something can happen anywhere, it is as if it cannot be defended against. This is terrorism. It has nothing to do with the fight for freedom. 2. Having defined the meaning of the word terrorism, another question that arises is, can we fight terrorists? And if so, how? First of all, violent criminals are not dangerous, despite the fact that they have a great deal of experience in brutalizing people. Violent criminals are known for their lack of imagination, and therefore their inability to imagine a life that is not spent in prison for most of it. Violent criminals arm themselves and attack unarmed people, preferably in large numbers. The real monsters are not like that. The real monsters have received high-level military training and have spent years in live action in hot terrain where a person could be killed at any moment by a stray bullet or torn to shreds by an exploding charge. Monsters are born in wars and become highly skilled at fighting life-and-death battles with trained and armed soldiers. The real monsters do not prey on unarmed humans. They fight armed soldiers and do so for years in almost constant mortal danger. When the location of a terrorist or a terrorist group is pinpointed, a few monsters go out to the site. There, it is not usually the violent criminals who kill all the monsters. That's not what happens. In reality, the real monsters walk all over these criminals as if they were nothing. The SWAT team doesn't have a history of loss of life in confrontations with terrorists. When they do slip up, it's always because of their own mistakes, not because of the danger of the terrorists. It would seem, therefore, that the difficulty lies in how to find terrorists who live in hiding. One gets the impression from television news reports that they are either impossible or almost impossible to find. But of course, this is not true either. 3. A lonely psychopath boards a bus with a homemade bomb in their bag. The bus leaves. The bomb explodes. 15 people are killed. This kind of thing is very difficult to prevent. But this is not terrorism. Not because terrorism is organized. Terrorism is a constant threat and a constant harassment, not a one-off incident. That would be pointless. A terrorist organization is a corporation that produces and sells fear. A large organization with funds, a network of supporters, camps, buildings, vehicles, equipment, hundreds or thousands of people, recruiting people, training people, buying and acquiring information, traveling organizers and operatives all around the world, preparing and carrying out attacks contrary to media legend, cannot exist and operate invisibly. There have been cases where foreign teams have been allowed into the training facilities of a terrorist organization. In any given geographical area, pretty much everyone knows some terrorists. Many Irish people who are not members or sympathizers of the IRA know IRA members. Contrary to the media myth, terrorist organizations are far from invisible. Large terrorist organizations therefore cannot hide. Neither can small ones. Smaller organizations either join a larger one or they are destroyed. They die because they are not viable without support or backing, or because their activities interfere with business, so they are caught and wiped out. A small group is only viable if it becomes a subcontractor under the protective wing of a larger organization, so even they are not invisible. And yet the monsters don't go. There are huge international political interests behind terrorism. That is why the monsters don't go. A few renegade terrorists or small groups interfering in the process can become real targets. A few well-trained and properly equipped commandos could wipe out any large terrorist organization, but they are not deployed against them. Terrorism is an invincible boogeyman. One sick animal can terrorize the whole world. Never, nowhere, not for a single moment, can anyone be safe from the threat of terrorism. Organizations are impossible to find and stop. This is the myth. None of it is true. 4. The Supreme Caste deploys the entire mass media network to create terror around the world. And then, the authority figures step forward and claim that there is only one solution left. They say there is a cure for terrorism, but it is very bitter. We must give up democracy, regrettably, for our security. In many countries, laws have already been introduced that are unacceptable in a democracy, yet people accept them because they are intimidated, not by terrorists, by their mythology. What was the purpose of the London bombings? Just the usual. It was just another nail driven into the lid of democracy's coffin. Chapter 15. Driven Mad. The 15th lesson about the world. 1. It is true that the ideologies that surround the essential lie and the thought idols are extremely complex, obscure, multifaceted, and above all, professional. It is also true that the Supreme Caste deploys entire armies of authority figures to convince people that they see things incorrectly, think incorrectly, and know incorrectly. This is all fact. However, there is something here that is probably bothering you. How is this whole system able to work? It is not logical that it should. It's completely illogical for someone to give up their own ideas, forget their personal certainties, and dismiss their own experiences simply because someone else told them to. And yet this is what happens. And it has happened throughout history. How? How is this possible? Are people that crazy? Are they mentally deficient? Are they so easily confused and stripped of their confidence and even their sanity? You see something, and then someone comes along who has 12 doctorates and says, "No, you didn't see it. You were hallucinating." And you think, maybe I didn't see it. Why is that? How is that possible? How can one person have this much power over another? The phenomenon where someone knows something, then another person comes along and says they don't know it, and they then believe they don't know it, is probably the most shocking thing anyone could ever encounter. Extraterrestrials, demons, werewolves, magic, teleportation, faster than light travel, and the like are simply nothing compared to the way an authority figure can destroy the knowledge and confidence of another human being with just a few words. That this is possible is not normal. 2. Authority is the essence of power. But why do authority figures have this effect? Why can it work? Authority figures determine people's destinies and the destiny of the entire human race. The authority-centric mindset does not work in every single case. Certain authority figures have no effect on you. Other authority figures cannot and would not convince you, while still other authority figures have already convinced you. So we can see that authority works because of something that is in us. The authority mindset can work because of a flaw within us. That flaw is a low level of awareness. Consequently, oppression depends on and is based on the mental state of the individual. Oppression is possible only and exclusively because people's level of awareness allows them to be susceptible to believing lies. Without this, the Supreme Caste would have no power. It follows that whether we are talking about oppression or about setting people free, we are ultimately talking about the human soul. Since the key to power is the poor mental state of humanity, the key to power is to prevent the science of the soul from developing. For if that happens, if there is a working, practical science that can bring people to a better state of mind, the power of the supreme caste will disintegrate. The power of the supreme caste is based on ignorance. Knowledge destroys that power. 3. The supreme caste will, therefore, destroy all real knowledge of the human soul, mind, reasoning, memory, or anything of the kind, and will elevate, support, and defend all systems, religions, philosophies, and pseudosciences that spread and inculcate lies in people about themselves. Now, what are the two systems that are officially regarded as science, and which are officially the supreme, even exclusive authorities on the human soul, called? One is psychology, the other is psychiatry. These two are the most powerful establishments of authority on the human mind. These two pseudosciences are replacing the real, truly functioning science of the soul in society. In short, 1. The supreme caste invents lies to deceive people and thus rule over them. 2. The supreme caste wraps these lies in ideologies, that is, systems of arguments, so that it is not easy to recognize that the lie is a lie. 3. Ideologies are introduced into society by authority figures. 4. Authority figures overwhelm people, thereby making them accept the lies. 5. Authority centrism works only because of people's low level of awareness. 6. The power of the supreme caste exists only because of the poor mental condition of the people. 7. The existence of the supreme caste fundamentally depends on keeping humanity in a poor mental state. 8. The supreme caste will therefore prevent the spread of truths about the human condition in every way possible. If they were to spread, people would become more aware, and the power of the caste would be nullified. 9. The supreme caste prevents the development of a working science of humanity by lying that this science already exists. 10. The supreme caste has declared psychology and psychiatry to be the science of the human spirit, soul, consciousness, and mind, and has given them political, economic, and medical hegemony in these fields. 11. The power of the supreme caste thus depends on the authority of psychology and psychiatry. The supreme caste exists and can play its little games with us only as long as it is able to conceal every truth about humanity, its capacities, its potentialities, and its powers. Psychiatry and psychology are a collection of lies about the human being. Their function in society is to convince people that there is no upward path, that so-called normality is the highest attainable level of existence, and to discredit, exclude, and destroy any method, knowledge, or technique that would genuinely improve the human condition. 4. There is no officially recognized discipline that deals with God or the soul, nor is there one that has as its mission to find out whether there is a God, whether man has a soul, whether there are past lives, whether there are higher faculties that are not bound to the body, whether there is a purpose to life, and whether there is good and evil. None of the officially accepted sciences or disciplines deal with these issues, and all other issues are completely irrelevant in comparison. There has never been a formal series of scientific experiments to find out what the nature of being human is. It is the most taboo subject in the world. No other area is more fiercely protected by the supreme caste than this. 5. The word psychology dates to the 1500s. It means the science of the soul. Originally a branch of philosophy, it took the name science of the soul because it sought to use the methods of science rather than the methods of philosophy to understand the soul. It did so initially, and as early as the second half of the 1700s, it declared that the existence of the soul, a reality completely independent of the material world, had been scientifically verified. For a very long time, psychology was not materialistic. For centuries, it proclaimed the existence of the soul and that the existence of the human soul could be scientifically proven. The word psychiatry means healing of the soul. Psychiatry was born out of necessity. At the end of the 18th century, a new profession was created to care for and cure the insane who were locked up in insane asylums. It should be noted that insane asylums were used by some people in the heroic age to get rid of people they considered undesirable. In the early days, when the word psychiatry did not exist, the field was called alienism. The first textbook was published in 1758 under the title Treatise on Madness. The insane asylums were being opened and filled to overflowing. Moreover, strange and inexplicable behavior was found in all social classes, including the ruling dynasties. A profession was needed to halt this trend and make the insane normal again. This profession was psychic medicine, which Johann Christian Reil christened psychiatry, or psychic medicine, in 1808. Psychology was the science of the soul, which had evolved from philosophy with the aim of obtaining scientific proof of the nature of the soul and of revealing and systematizing the faculties and laws of the soul by following the precise techniques of scientific methodology. Psychiatry was established to discover the causes of madness and to eliminate madness. Both disciplines were born with a pure and noble purpose, and from the beginning, their intentions and activities were truly scientific. 6. In the early 1800s, as psychiatric departments were being established, there was a heated debate about the causes and treatment of madness. This was the first public opposition to psychiatry, and many more followed. Public figures and celebrities alike protested the inhuman treatment of patients by their psychiatrists. The aims were clear, but the practice much less so. What was happening in the asylums was nothing less than exorcism. I will state this as bluntly as possible. There was exorcism in the madhouses, nothing more. Mass exorcism, without crosses, holy water, prayer, or priests. Here we were, witness to a strange custom which goes back a very long time and which has passed unnoticed throughout history, always remaining an instrument of power. Torture for military reasons was intended to overcome secrecy. The other type of torture, known in Western culture as exorcism, was aimed at eradicating a pattern of behavior. They would take a 10-year-old child who was still wetting the bed, put them on a chair, and begin to spin them around for hours. This was repeated every day until the child stopped wetting the bed, or died, or went completely mad. So psychiatry practiced exorcism, that is, torturing people to erase patterns of behavior. Initially, neither psychiatry nor psychology was considered a science. To be accepted as a science, they had to have their own specialization, separate from all other sciences. Traditionally, only philosophy and religion dealt with the human being alone. At that time, the division was such that on the one side there was philosophy, religion, and the occult, magic, alchemy, astrology, and so on. And on the other side, science, which was gaining in recognition, dealing with the material universe, mainly with its measurement. The supreme caste wanted to make both psychology and psychiatry sciences, because philosophy, religion, and occultism were beginning to be marginalized at the time, as the caste found them ineffective in spreading lies. Because of this ambition, psychology and psychiatry began to approach and explain the human being from a physical perspective. However, the body was dealt with by biology and medicine, so something new had to be invented. Thus came the speculative thesis that there is no part of the human body outside of the body. That is, there is nothing but the body. Psychology defined itself as the science of behavior and began to look for the cause of behavior in the body. Psychiatry wanted to deal with madness and its cure, and since It is in the brain that the nerves meet. They declared that the brain was the cause of behavior, so they dealt with the brain. The behavioral patterns that early psychologists observed did exist, and the phenomena that psychiatrists at the time described as madness also existed. The way they were described, however, was false. Interestingly, the existence of the soul was not completely dismissed at the outset, and it was still part of the conception of the human being in psychology and psychiatry until the turn of the century. However, in 1879, in Leipzig, Wilhelm Wundt declared that he had scientifically proven that a human being was nothing more than a soulless animal. And although the word soul was still used in some cases, it was no longer understood to mean what it had before, not an immaterial reality, but merely a summary name for brain function. 7. The history of research is part of the history of science and deals with the development and historical background of research on a subject or topic. What is most interesting is the fact that Wundt did not write down a single word about the experiment that led him to his epic-making discovery that humans have no souls. This is even more curious because the most important claim in history has no research history whatsoever. None. Not a single word. Before 1879, and since then, up to the present day, no one has ever conducted any formal scientific research to establish what a human being is. In the entire history of research, which is an incredible amount of documents and computer data, from the very first record to the very last, there is not a single word about any experiment to find out whether man has a soul or not. Nor did Wundt perform any such experiment. He simply stated that he had scientifically proven it, and the matter was settled. Translating all this into the language of reality, Wilhelm Wundt was the first authority to be placed by the supreme caste alongside this thought idol, which, like all other thought idols, is a lie. In 1879, Wilhelm Wundt, in his book Human and Animal Psychology, wrote, "Thought, personality, and behavior are nothing more than chemical reactions in the brain." With this sentence, the darkest age in history began. 8. Psychiatry and psychology were already dangerous tools when it came to diagnosing and curing madness. The demon was truly released when they began to prevent madness. It was then that the scope of psychology and psychiatry became limitless. They appeared in all walks of life, in all professions, in art, in science. They interfered in education, in politics, in law enforcement, and even, strangely enough, in clerical training. The development of madness, they argue, can be prevented by treating the person at the first signs of madness. Even better, it can be prevented by treating everyone from birth. And for all these existing purposes, the words madness, insanity, mental disorder, and mental illness are nowhere defined with scientific rigor in the entire literature of psychiatry and psychology, nor is their opposite, normality. In general, psychiatric institutions are cleaner than asylums once were. Fewer people are beaten to death today, and fewer people die in these institutions, although still a shockingly high number do. Today, fewer people wallow in their own excrement and fewer scream. But they still practice exorcism. Psychiatry still subjects people to torture with the aim of changing their behavior. However, the big danger is not that practically anyone can be locked up for any length of time based on the opinion of a single authority figure. It is not that the authority figures in psychology and psychiatry can deprive people of their humanity, their sanity, or their credibility. It's not that they are there in the governments of the world, behind the politicians, behind the heads of states, giving their say in their speeches and in their decisions. All these dangers are enormous, yet negligible. Now, millions of people around the world are in some kind of psychiatric institution, but that is not particularly important either. 9. What is important, what is really essential in all this, is the worldview, the totally unsubstantiated and untested materialist view of the human being in psychiatry and psychology, which is believed by billions and is considered the official worldview by almost every country on earth. The point is that at this moment in time, in all the technically and militarily advanced states of the world, the official worldview is materialism, propagated by the supreme caste through psychiatry and psychology. Governments that possess weapons of mass destruction capable of wiping out life on Earth, and that have a decisive influence on the ecology of the planet through the industries of the countries they control, believe in an officially sanctioned worldview according to which life has no purpose, no meaning, no good, no evil, and no responsibility, because once the heart stops beating, actions no longer count for anything. That is the point. The rest is nothing compared to this. Chapter 16. Those damn memories. The 16th lesson about the world. 1. Most people are confused about the difference between the basic teachings of materialism and the basic teachings of religions, so they accept theorems from both and do not realize that they contradict each other. According to materialism, the brain thinks and the brain stores memories. It is a very interesting phenomenon that many religious people believe this, including priests and ministers. It is also interesting because if the brain does either of these things, then there is no soul and no God. If there are memories in the brain, they are destroyed when the body dies. If the brain is thinking, then after the body dies, the thinking ceases. If the brain makes decisions, then the ability to make decisions ceases when the body decays. If this is the case, what would be the role of the soul? Then, what are the properties of the soul? The soul does not record memories, does not store memories, does not remember, does not think, and does not decide. So, what does it do? What is left? Nothing. And if something does nothing, it is nothing. 2. How many memories do you think a 50-year-old person has? We know from daily experience that our memory is like a three-dimensional film. A film is made up of frames, and because we can stop the memory at any point and block out any scene, just like a film, we know that the basic unit of memory is the image, which is like a frame in a film. In very old films, the movement is rather strange, unreal, fragmented, and comic. This is because too many or too few images were projected per second. But with a little experimentation, they discovered that if you really want realistic movement, you must project 24 to 25 frames per second. This figure is a basic axiom of the technical side of filmmaking. So, based on the realistic movement seen on film, we can conclude that a human being records about 24 to 25 memory images per second. Let's take 25 as a basis and do some math. That's 1,500 per minute, 90,000 per hour, 2,160,000 per day, and 788,400 per year. That's 39,420,000,000 memories in 50 years. A three-dimensional, full-color memory. Now, where can the body hold all that memory? We have 39.5 billion memories. Where do we put them? And how big is a memory? And what does it look like? What shape does it take? And the most important question, what is a memory image as a physical thing? What is its weight? What is it like? What is its temperature? What is it made of? Does the memory image of a cat look like a cat or like a photograph? And if you look at it with a magnifying glass or a microscope, can you see that it is a cat? 3. For a cell to function, regardless of where it is in the body and what function it performs, it needs to perform a number of essential tasks that are independent of its location and role in the body. The cell needs to feed, metabolize, divide, and perform its function. The cell wall is not meant to store memories, nor is the nucleus, nor the chromosomes, nor the enzymes, nor the DNA, nor the genes, and so on. Suppose there are memory-storing cells in the body. Even in that case, these cells would have to survive, and to do so they would have to perform certain tasks, regardless of whether they store memories. Where, then, would the memory cells store the memories, and how? How is the memory of, say, a purring cat stored? And how is the memory stored in the memory cells? And a very important question, what looks at the memories in the memory cells, and how? What goes to the cell and looks inside? How does it know which cell contains one memory or another? What is that thing that moves around in the brain, keeping track of which memory is in which cell, goes into the cells, looks at those memories, interprets them, and thinks? What does that? Again, just cells, a more special kind of cell than ever before? And when these memory cells that store memories divide, are the memories encoded into the DNA? How? In what way? And what would be the genetic code for the memory of a purring cat? 4. What can think in the body? Which part of the body? The brain, the materialist authorities say. And which part of the brain? What is left of the brain after we have taken out all the parts of it that are reasonably intended to perform bodily functions? Thinking requires orders of magnitude more capacity than memory storage and processing. And while memory storage is mechanical, thinking is not. A good example of this is computing, where data storage and retrieval is not difficult at all, while artificial intelligence is underdeveloped, to say the least. Indeed, some researchers say it has not even really been invented yet, and some say it is not even possible. The answer to every awkward question in materialism is, the brain is a very complicated organ. Scientifically, this statement is about the same as saying, God works in mysterious ways. The brain is in reality and demonstrably the communication center of the body and nothing else. Influences from outside the body and stimuli from processes within the body reach the brain, and all the stimuli that control the body originate in the brain and go anywhere in the body at will. This is not just a hypothesis. Every part of the brain has a precise function. It either receives information or sends information out. The brain does nothing else. This information is nothing more than an electrical or chemical signal. No part of the brain is capable of recording or storing any kind of memory, or of processing memories, or of perceiving, analyzing, evaluating, or weighing information, or of forming opinions, planning, learning, or making decisions. The brain is a communication organ, the brain's communication center, which collects all the sensations of the body, and through which the body can be controlled. 5. Genes have their very own important role in the body. Genes contain the blueprint of the body's structure and function. So genetics is a science that could play a huge role in the future if it is not completely suppressed. But there is another kind of genetics besides scientific genetics. This other genetics is pseudogenetics, which drips lies into the world under the guise of real science. This pseudogenetics is a pseudoscience, an ideology. This ideological genetics uses the terms of scientific genetics to promote the lies of the supreme caste. Ideological genetics claims that genes determine a person's personality, their goals, their intelligence, their desires, what their sexual orientation is, what their favorite color is, what their favorite smell is, and so on. So in fact, everything is determined by genes. Well, there is a problem with that. One point is that genes have no connection with the world in which we as humans live. For instance, they have no concept of the existence of colors, without even mentioning more complicated examples. Genes know nothing about the world. They have no knowledge of the world at all. The other thing is that genes have a function. Genes determine the basic structure and the basic functioning of the body, which is influenced by several things, such as nutrition, exercise, and so on. That is, if someone does not eat properly, for example, their body will not be exactly as it should be according to their genetic program. The third is that no one has ever seen a gene do anything, not ever. No one in the world has ever seen a gene influence someone's thinking or judgment, such as their perception of color. And the fourth, there is not even a model, not even a vaguely sketched concept, to explain how genes make someone like classical music, for example. Because, of course, according to genetic ideology, musical taste is also determined by genes. There are thousands of factors other than genes that can explain the similarities in behavior within a family, or the fact that several generations within a family choose the same profession. Furthermore, genealogical research as research into the role of genes in personality is only concerned with probabilities as a kind of prediction, not facts, and so cannot be considered scientific research or scientific evidence. The thought idol lurking at the bottom of genetic ideology is a lie that says there is no soul. Genetic ideology itself is a system of arguments that argues in favor of this lie and claims that the abilities of the soul are in fact the abilities of the genes. That is all. 6. There is no evidence in the history of research to show that the brain remembers or thinks, or that genes determine personality in any way. There have been, and still are, people who have suffered brain damage because of an accident, crime, or illness and survived. But the damage has resulted in sudden or gradual, minor or major, temporary or permanent changes in their behavior, their attitude to life, and to other people. Researchers working to justify materialism observe what behavioral and other mental changes these people undergo, compared this with the location and nature of the brain injury, and thus tried to deduce which part of the brain is the source of which mental function. This is the only evidence that the brain has the capacities of the soul, that is, that the soul does not exist. However, there are some counter-arguments that come to mind as soon as we ignore the persuasion of authority. 1. These cases are sometimes documented in a staggeringly sloppy, shockingly unscientific way, and are consequently unacceptable as scientific research. 2. There are false, fictitious accounts of cases that never happened. 3. Countless incorrect and premature conclusions have been drawn from the case histories, some of which contain logical blunders, illogical to a degree that would be unacceptable and a subject of public ridicule in any real field of science. 4. The conclusions have not been verified. There is no direct evidence of any kind, and even materialist authorities admit this. 5. People who have suffered damage to a particular area of their brain do not always change in the same way and to the same degree. 6. Injury to any part of the body can cause equally spectacular and lasting changes in personality. 7. In most cases, in which a person's behavior or some mental ability has changed suddenly and dramatically, the brain is not damaged anywhere. A person with a zest for life receives a phone call that cripples them for life, leaving them a shadow of their former self. A single piece of news, bad enough or good enough, can trigger a flurry of changes that can be startlingly large, last a lifetime, and very diverse. Positron emission tomography, magnetic resonance imaging, magnetoencephalography. These are some frighteningly complex terms that cover even more complex equipment and procedures. These are instrumental studies of the brain. Despite their complexity, they do nothing more than show that there is some activity in the brain. But we already knew this. Nor can this be taken as evidence for the scientific claim that there is no soul. 7. During scientific research into the physical universe, everything eventually becomes a slide under the microscope, or some powdered substance, or some liquid at the bottom of a test tube, or some gas in the confines of a bell jar, or numbers, graphs, and test results, or photographs, films, and sound recordings. Materialism holds that there is no soul, no God. The brain thinks and stores memories, and genes determine personality. I would like to ask you to think and try to figure out what you would have to see under a microscope, at the bottom of a test tube, in the confines of a bell jar, on a piece of paper, a photograph, a film, or a sound recording that would prove that there is no God, or that there is no soul, or that the brain thinks, or that the brain stores memories, or that your genes determine your personality. Have fun for the rest of your life. Chapter 17. The Study of the Soul. The 17th lesson about the world. 1. We know that immense sins have been committed in the name of God or certain gods. We know that people can be driven mad by superstitions about ghosts and the like. Both belief in God and belief in the soul can be used to dominate the masses, to paralyze thought and action of the masses. In this case, however, we must also consider the possibility that belief in God and belief in the soul is as much a manipulative system of ideas as materialism and serves no other purpose than to restrain people. And this is true. It is absolutely true. These systems are no different from materialism in their use. But this chapter is not about religions, philosophies, or the occult. If we were to examine them closely and discard the claims of authority, we would find that none of them stand the test of logic, and certainly not scientific verification. The question is now, is the soul or God a thought idol or not? The Supreme Caste has created philosophies, religions, and occult teachings, but why did they do it? Are they ideologies that sought to sell people a deep-seated thought idol? Or did they take a truth and throw lies and superstitions at it until the whole system became so loaded and irrational that the very truths on which it was based seemed to be lies? Did the Supreme Caste want to discredit the subject of the soul and God with stupid, dogmatic, blind, violent, and unrealistic religions and other spiritual doctrines? It is time to think through some principles, forgetting the obligatory blind devotion to authority figures. What could possibly prove that there is a soul, and what could prove that there is a God? 2. The phenomenon of a person supposedly remembering the name they bore in another life, or a previous place of residence, does not prove that there is a soul. Nor does it prove that the soul changes bodies over time as people change clothes. Two people drawing the same thing at the same moment, 1,000 kilometers apart, still does not prove the existence of a soul. If someone suddenly starts speaking a language fluently that they have never learned, or overnight becomes a master in a field they have never studied in their current life, or without any prior knowledge, suddenly comes up with some mathematical equations that solve unsolvable problems, or without the slightest prior training, overnight produce flawless and precise design documentation for a hitherto unknown computer, vehicle, engine, or power generating unit. That might not sound bad, but even that would be circumstantial evidence at best, and it is not acceptable in real science. So what could be the evidence for the existence of a soul? Think about it. What would prove that there is a soul? A person lying on an operating table, watching their body being worked on by surgeons. Not bad is a subjective, personal kind of evidence, although it might be worth treating the experience with caveats, given the peculiar circumstances. But from a scientific point of view, the accounts of people returning from clinical death are utterly useless. Why? Because a scientific observation must be documentable. But how do you document something that a dead person has observed? A scientific observation must be an experiment. An experiment, that is, a conscious observation, all the circumstances of which are known and professionally documented, so that it can be repeated elsewhere at another time, by others at any time, and the same experience can be gained. But how and who will repeat an experiment that requires death? And how can anything be considered even a little objective if it consists of nothing more than an account of one person's own memories? 3. Out-of-body existence would be evidence of the existence of a soul, assuming that we can consciously and deliberately produce this phenomenon at any given time under orderly laboratory conditions. Thus, if we could devise a method by which a person could be free from being confined to their body, and could exist continuously and freely outside their body, sensing outside their body, not through their bodily senses, all the while their body is alive, well, moving, talking, doing what is done to them, then this would indeed be evidence of a soul. Well, we've gone beyond that. In 1952, a series of privately funded experiments proved the existence of a soul in laboratory conditions, in the manner mentioned above. It is worth noting that there are millennia-old records of the same thing, and since some of the descriptions of the time are fairly accurate accounts of the phenomena scientifically experienced in 1952, there is indeed such a thing as what some call lost knowledge. Since then, thousands of experiments have been carried out all over the world, all with the same results, and all documented as scientific claims. And of course, all of them have been funded by private individuals with their own private money, because since the world began, only individual experimentation can achieve real results. For shorter or longer periods of time, a state can be created in which a person can move, live, think, remember, make decisions, and act freely from their body, and control their body from a greater or lesser distance. When I tested the method myself, I was out of my body for about half a minute for the first time, for almost 5 minutes the second time, and for a full 61 days the third time. And I lived my life while doing it, feeling indescribably free. This experience was the main reason why I finally faced the supreme cast. If you believe that science is what is written in the textbooks, and that politics has no power over science, you have no idea what treasures people have discovered. As late as 1952, the complete documentation was offered to countless scientific academies, universities of science, and scientific journals, but all refused to read it, publish it, deal with it, or verify it. Why have they refused? For only one reason. the soul cannot be the subject of science, since Wilhelm Wundt declared so long ago that it does not exist. 4. There is another important question. What is the significance of being a soul and not a body? Would it make sense that it makes you less afraid of death? If that is all it is, it's not much. At some point in one's life, a person learns something, knows something, but forgets it. If we can find the reason why they forgot it, they can remember it again. They have the knowledge they had before. Imagine if they forgot not 1 year's knowledge or 20 years' knowledge, but 1,000 years' knowledge, or 1,000,000 years' knowledge. And imagine that there is a way to remember everything you have ever known. One person becomes a timid adult because they were often frightened and hurt as a child. Another becomes obsessed with sex because it requires little intellect, and they've noticed that they don't achieve much recognition elsewhere. Our personality is nothing more than a habit of thinking, feeling, and behaving. Over 10, 50, or 100 years, we form habits in ourselves. That is, we build our personality. And now, imagine that for 1,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, we do the same. Imagine how many inhibitions we can have, how many sins we can have, how many mistakes we can make. Imagine 1,000,000 years of being filled with lies, 1,000,000 years of failure, 1,000,000 years of losing loved ones, 1,000,000 years of pain and injustice. What if it is not 1,000,000 years, but 10 million, or 100 million, or 1,000,000,000? Imagine if there was a way to get rid of the evil that has accumulated in us during this immeasurable time. What would we be without all of this? So whether we are souls or atoms has a huge significance. It is beyond words. 5. Proving the existence of the soul is not a big task, but how can we prove that God exists? But perhaps let's not go to such extreme lengths and just talk about what could prove that there is something superior to Homo sapiens. To begin to theorize or research in this area, we must first define what a human being is. What is a human being? What is the scientific definition of the term human being? Well, human is not scientifically defined. Instead, we have ridiculously unscientific definitions, such as that a human being is the dominant life form on the planet. So if a virus one day wipes out humanity, would that virus be a superhuman virus? If we approach life from a materialist perspective, it is doomed to failure. But we can approach life in other ways, but we need to know what the essence of life is. What is the most significant difference between a living person and a dead person? Action, right? Purposeful, conscious action. A living person can do this to some extent. A dead person can't do it at all. A living person has some self-determination, some ability to determine their life, their future, their environment. A dead person lacks all of this. We can say that the purpose of life is to find happiness, or to achieve great goals, or to shape history, or something like that. But if we compared a dead body with a living person, we find much more fundamental, more essential differences. A living person can think something and do what they have thought of, even if it is as small as raising their hand or saying a word. A dead person cannot do that, not to any degree. There is no life in them. So the essence of life is that we have the power to do something. We could draw a scale of existence, of life, of self-determination, of having the power to do something, and tick the levels from 0 to infinity. 0 would be the lowest level of existence. 0 self-determination. Infinity would be the highest level of life, infinite self-determination, and infinite power to do something. On the scale of life, we would have to put objects at 0, because objects do not think, decide, or act. That is, they do not have any degree of self-determination. They simply exist. There is no life in objects. On the scale of life, we should put plants at 1, just above objects. Plants are capable of a minimum of self-determination. We know they have some senses. They are not indifferent to influences. They feel pain. Some things are more favorable to them, others less favorable. It's a new quality on the scale. It's the lowest degree of self-determination, but it is real self-determination. On the scale of life, we can put animals at number 2. Animals have more self-determination than plants, so there is more life in animals, even if a species of plant is more resistant to certain influences than some animals. In man, again, a new quality appears: consciousness. We see no traces of consciousness in animals. In animals, there is a total absence of research, of understanding, of desire, and the need to develop. No animal species has developed a philosophy, a religion, a science, an art, a technique, a way of life, or a higher state of being, and has not created anything to control its environment. With this in mind, and considering proportionality, not without some arbitrariness, if we put animals at 2, we should put man at 100. At one end of the scale are the objects as symbols of no life, of no self-determination, and at the other end is God, the symbol of infinite self-determination, of infinite life. God, it is said, is omniscient and omnipotent, and this is a necessary precondition for unlimited self-determination. Therefore, God is a very different entity from objects, but not a completely different entity from plants, animals, and man, because these forms of existence already possess some degree of self-determination. I did not, of course, think this through for the first time in history. Countless philosophers have done it, and you can do it, or have done it, and all you need is some common sense. But let's go further, because the above reflection prompts us to ask countless questions. Is this what existence would look like? Is this what life would look like? Would it look so disproportionate? Would nature be this chaotic? Are there objects, plants, animals, humans, and God? Is that all there would be? 6. There is not so much difference between plants and animals that we can say there must be some form of life we do not know that lies between the two, although we cannot rule out the possibility. However, there is quite a difference between humans and animals, so would it not be logical to suggest that there should be some transition between humans and animals? And what about between humans and God? What about the immense distance between man and God? Would it be empty? Are there no degrees of conscious self-determination? Of course, I cannot comment on God because I do not know what could scientifically prove the existence of God. But the existence of something beyond humanity is very much provable. Humans have a certain amount of life in them. They have a certain amount of self-determination. And it is obvious that more self-determination is possible. Myths are full of such beings, and if we pay attention not to their alleged exotic deeds and appearances, but to the extent of their self-determination, we will no longer dispose of them so easily with a wave of the hand. A vampire, for example, has few human limits. For instance, their bodies don't age, and they are not harmed by a common bullet. A human would be destroyed far earlier under the conditions where a vampire can still perceive, think, decide, and act. It is, therefore, a superhuman state of being. This is not to say that legends about vampires are true, although I cannot disprove all of them, but some of them seem extremely plausible. In parentheses, I'll note a few thoughts about the vampire myth. First, I did not invent it, and in my 25 years of service to the cast, I have had nothing to do with this myth. Second, I don't believe in vampires, and to my knowledge, I have never met a single vampire. I've merely spent a long enough time spinning lies, and I recognize the handiwork of the Supreme Caste. The vampire myth, as it is known in Western culture, is a Christian parable. That is all, and no more. This myth is an advertisement for religion. Where does it come from? Can it be founded on any truth? I do not want to answer that, but my answer would not be very important. What is important is that the Supreme Caste in every age and in every land has created some enemies. If they wanted to get rid of somebody, or just to create a little confusion, they would declare with immense authority that someone, or a group of people, were the enemy, and all hell would break loose. The caste has always been very generous in creating enemy images and fomenting conflict. 7. The answer to the question posed at the beginning of this chapter is that the Supreme Caste took a truth and treated it as a thought idol. It built an ideology, a religion, a philosophy around the truth, all parts of which were lies, and thus discredited the truth hidden deep within. The themes of the soul and the divine were explored. They made them into superstitions, irrational and obsolete. In other words, they made them into a burden for human beings. The soul originally meant that the essence of man was immortal, timeless, something independent of the physical universe. In the beginning, God was not seen as a tyrant of immense power, but merely man's certainty that evolution was possible. The word God meant infinite, that there was a way upward. At the dawn of civilization, the certainty that humans were so strongly convinced that they were souls and that there was room for improvement was so strong that the Supreme Caste had no other option but to engage in a long campaign of discredit. And why was it so important for them to arrive at materialism? Because if one believed that there was a soul and there was a path upward, the caste could not feel safe, because at any moment somebody might realize something. Somebody might discover something. The first monopoly in civilization was the soul and God. It started with aggressive religions that murdered anyone who dared to contradict the dogmas. Then, the latest dogma outright declared that the soul does not exist. Throughout history, the greatest taboo has been the search for the soul. In every age, it has been met with death. When the Supreme Caste began to replace religions, they allowed into the world perhaps the greatest achievement of disciplined thinking, which is nothing less than the methodology of scientific research. This is what made technical progress possible. The caste let technology into the world, which seemed a miracle in the eyes of people who were crippled by superstition, and then they started a huge effort of propaganda to conflate technology, science, and materialism. This is how they dull the mind and make people deny themselves by accepting materialism. The methodology of scientific research is a way of knowing reality. You don't have to believe in anything. It is the means to find and know anything that exists, including the soul, including God. That is why the soul and God are today as huge a taboo as they ever have been. The soul is said not to exist, and God is said to be a subject for religions, and science cannot investigate God. This is called defending the sanctity of religion. But it is not that. It is just protecting a superstition. It is protecting the remnants of the old system. The methodology of scientific research has allowed for the technological advances that have created the technology for the supreme caste to spread anything in seconds, to keep everyone under surveillance, and to wipe humanity off the map in a day. Technological progress is called development, and humanity has been given TV, computers, airplanes, and hair dye, but in return, we have had to forget our souls. There is nothing in materialism to research or worth researching. This worldview contains no truth at all. So the supreme caste is safe. This is the reason why I attack materialism so strongly in this book. The questions of the soul and God are not religious questions, not questions of faith, but the most important fields of research in science. There can be no taboos for science. Chapter 18. The Big Nightmare. The 18th lesson about the world. 1. Wherever we are always somewhere, and we are always going somewhere. In between these 2 points, our location and our destination, is a path we must follow to get to that destination. On this road, our actions are our steps, not our words. The alcoholic who constantly talks about getting sober, but who never stops drinking, will not get sober because their actions are not moving them in the direction of quitting. It is not the words that count, it's the actions. What goal is looming in the distance toward which humanity is being driven by its own actions? It is so easy to see the state we are heading toward, but it is difficult to comprehend that this is the direction in which we are heading. What do you think? Forget the plans and the hopes that are being voiced, because neither words nor hope are steps on the road. Just look at the actions. What do you predict for us, for humanity? Do you believe that crime will one day disappear, just like that, overnight? Do you think there will be international conflicts, local wars, riots, famine, and pandemics? What do you predict for terrorism? Do you think we are facing a world war? Do you think that weapons of mass destruction will be used against the population somewhere in the future? Will we get to the point where we will no longer be threatened by disease? Do you think that one day there will be world peace? Forget hope, forget words, forget trust, and just look where the facts are leading us. Where are we going? What is the direction? 2. The past was ugly, bloody, dark, and cruel. Our present is the same. Only our future is very different. The future we are heading for will be like no other. If you can't see it, I'll tell you. Our future is that we will sink. Not like Atlantis, not metaphorically speaking, but also not in a physical sense. This kind of sinking would truly be nothing. It will not be cities, countries, islands, or continents that will sink, but we ourselves, we humans will sink. And to where? Below humanity. We did not come from the animal world. We are heading there, and we are only an arm's length away. If you look at what we are doing and forget everything else, you will see that violence will become a much more integral part of our lives than it has been. Crime will increase many times what it is now. The types of crime will change, but overall, crime will be much worse than it is now. The characteristics of war will also change. There will be a lot of local wars, small local wars, and large-scale wars that will approach the scale of a world war. And there will be a world war. Watch the action. Pay no attention to the words, and you will see it coming. 3. The conventional war tactic is army-on-army combat. War and the tensions of war have captured the attention, thoughts, and emotions of billions of people and determined many of their actions. Now, a whole new form of war is coming. This war will be brought about by the fight against international terrorism, and it will be a war that no army can fight. Did you see Belfast and Jerusalem when the hatred really flared up? Did you see reports on television of the Irish and the British, or the Palestinians and the Israelis fighting each other in the streets, everywhere, with all kinds of weapons, attacking with unexpected and overwhelming force? This is guerrilla warfare. A guerrilla world war is coming. September 11 and the fall of the World Trade Center was just the firing of the starting pistol. Guerrilla warfare will be fought in every city from Moscow to Bucharest, Belgrade to London, New York to Los Angeles, Sydney to Tokyo. Well, this is our future as far as violence is concerned. 4. Look at the economy. Look at the laws and political intentions governing industry. Where do they point? At this moment, we have all the evidence we need in order to know. Industry, coal, oil-based machinery, and power plants that are damaging the environment. And if this does not change, even the most optimistic estimates are that in 200 to 300 years, the surface of the earth will be uninhabitable. What happens next? They're discrediting the doomsaying scientists. They're discrediting environmental activists and organizations. They do not accept or adhere to the necessary regulations, saying that the interests of the economy dictate that we shouldn't change the industry. Some great authority figures have declared, the death of humanity is in the interest of the economy. You know that in the materialist worldview, nothing has any consequences. Materialism will eventually supplant everything. There will be no philosophies, no religions. People will be obedient slaves. No one will dream. No one will imagine a free world, because no one will be in a state to imagine such a thing. Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and imagine a species giggling at everything, completely at peace and unable to think or act. Pretty, isn't it? According to the Supreme Caste, it is. 5. The actions are leading to a future in which materialism will achieve total world domination. You now know exactly all the tenets of materialism's worldview. Imagine where this will end. The only future that materialism offers is death. You are born, go to school, work, eat, sleep, make love, grow old, and die. This is all that awaits you in the materialist worldview. This worldview is so insane that simply believing in it will destroy you, because if death is an invincible boogeyman, then nothing makes sense. And then, why not do whatever comes to mind? Why not destroy your health? Why not be immoral? Why not kill anyone who comes your way? Why not lose our minds completely? If death is invincible, then there is nothing but the experience of the moment. And if, stupefied by invincibility, we will one day desire to rape children, or to dissect our own children while still alive, or our mother or our father, why not? Isn't it all the same once there is nothing but destruction? And if we've come this far, why stop here? Why not create a great war? Why not use every weapon we have? Nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, biological weapons. If we do it right, billions of people will die. That'll be fun. And maybe we could make a bomb much bigger than the ones we have. Say 1 teraton. Such a bomb has an explosive yield about 100 million times greater than the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A hydrogen bomb or an antimatter bomb that, when detonated, would crack the Earth's crust. Oh, those will be the days. Magma erupts to the surface. Volcanoes paint the sky red. Such is the insanity of materialism, which is made up entirely of lies. And one fine day, which, as the years go by, may well begin any morning now, the world will collapse. And the new dawn will come. Who can say how many times this has already happened? So, this is the future I have worked for 25 years to bring about, and on which the Supreme Caste is working with all its apparatus at this very moment. Chapter 19. Your Responsibility. The last lesson about the world. 1. This is the last and most important chapter of the book. If you dismiss all the previous chapters as nonsense, but take this one to heart, then this book has achieved its purpose. 2. What is the final lesson about the world? It is your responsibility. In other words, the final lesson is that your life is still in your hands and the world can be changed. It is possible that everything I've told you in this book has upset you and made you think, then what's the point of anything? After all, who would have the power to stand up to the Supreme Caste? Who would be able to break through the army of authority figures, to climb out of the web of economic trickery, to free their minds from the lies, and survive the violence of law, war, and crime? Who? I will tell you. You. 3. Ultimately, we still have the agreement we made at the very beginning of the book. If you want, feel free to call me crazy. Tell me I'm lying, delirious, or whatever you see fit. After all, with what can I prove that what I've written is true? Good question. And the answer is very simple. With nothing directly. I cannot present you with direct evidence. I can give you indirect proof. All the news in the media and all the events in the world. But indirect evidence is worthless from a scientific point of view. So what does it all add up to? All we must talk about is the principle, because the book is nothing but a collection of statements, not facts. Any way you look at it, it's just a book, and it proves nothing more than that there is language, there is writing, and there is printing. That is all and nothing more. So you have become thoroughly upset in the previous pages, perhaps for nothing. Perhaps not a word of what I said is true. Why should it be? But why shouldn't it be? You see, the moment you go beyond the scope of your own personal experience, the moment a subject comes up that you cannot verify or would be extremely difficult to investigate, you are straying into a swampland where you have little chance, because you can and will be misled, so much so that you can't even imagine it. You are stuck in a mass of partial truths and lies. This mass is dense. It has been shaped for thousands of years. It has been layered, and it is so opaque that there is no word for it. This mass cannot be dismantled. It cannot be subdued. There is no sharp mind, no iron logic that does not get stuck in it. There is only one solution. Do you know the legend of the Gordian knot? You'll find the solution there. 4. In Buddhism, the highest spiritual state is called Buddha. The highest state before this is called Bodhisattva. I once spoke to a Bodhisattva who explained to me what he had achieved. He told me that he doesn't identify with his body, his memories, or his thoughts, only with his consciousness. No matter what he has been in the past, no matter what he feels or thinks, it has no effect on him. He said he either knows something or he doesn't know something, and what he doesn't know, he doesn't form an opinion about. What he doesn't know, he doesn't form an opinion about. There stood before me a man who described as knowledge that which he himself had experienced, and what he had not experienced he called nothing, and formed no opinion about it, formed no thought about it. He didn't know what the shape of the earth was, and he had no imagination of the shape of the earth. He did not know how wide the Atlantic Ocean was, and he had no thoughts about how many thousands of kilometers it was. This bodhisattva was the freest being I have ever encountered in my life. He was a man over whom the supreme caste had no power. All the authority figures in the world could not make him accept anything. They couldn't get a grip on him. He defeated the system, alone and unarmed. 5. I know exactly the level of discipline it requires, but there is no other way to free yourself from the grip of the strongest handcuffs. You must make a rule that what you don't know, you don't comment on. Most artists, philosophers, and scientists cannot do this. They do not realize that they are constantly producing opinions like a machine. You must stop this machine. It is your only chance against the supreme caste. Whatever else you try, you're certain to walk into their trap. It's inevitable. 6. The law can do some very interesting things. The word itself implies rights, which are a form of freedom, yet it often seems to signify the opposite. What you have the right to do, you have the freedom to do. What you have no right to do, you cannot do with impunity. Law is based on laws, and laws are made, adopted, and enforced by humans. In this book, I can write anything I want, freely, without restriction, as long as I don't use specific people's names and write anything unfavorable about them. No one can legally attack me. However, if I start writing about what you can do against the supreme caste, how to live in this world, in this system of the supreme caste, and how to overthrow the power of the caste, I can easily slip into the category of someone attacking me through the law, and this book would get banned. So, all I can tell you here and now is that there is a solution. You can live safely in this world, in this system, and you can rise above it. How? Look on the internet. You will find it there. I am Julius Andan, and if you search for me, you will find the tools. 7. Within the bounds of the law, I can only give you a few pieces of advice, which you can follow if you like, or discard at your own discretion. 1. If you form an opinion, you will surely fall into the trap of the caste. 2. Find what you are really interested in and what can be of use to the world, and master it. 3. Explore techniques to learn to manage stress, and do not get involved in the conflicts that are offered. 4. Seek out methods to develop your mind and become an expert in these methods. 5. Look for new ways and new answers. 6. Seek out alternative solutions to your problems. 7. Put aside your reasons and hopes and examine what your actions are leading you toward. If you don't like the direction you're taking, change. 8. Don't accept the official position as a given. Everything is invented and created by people. Governments, academies, and other organizations are not run by bodhisattvas. They are just as exposed to the efforts of the caste as you are. 9. Believe your own eyes. Have the confidence to examine things for yourself and not accept the claims of others. 10. Find your own world. You may not be living in the right environment for you, and this may be responsible for thousands of mistakes and failures. Think about it. Elvis Presley was the king, but what would he have been in a world where the only measure of human worth is how many trees you can chop down or how many goals you can score? In such a world, he would have been a nobody, not a king. You may not live in a world where you are appreciated for what you can do or for what you are. Hit the road and find your true home. 11. Don't watch the news on TV. Don't listen to the news on the radio. And don't read the news in the newspapers. They are there to confuse and upset you. 12. Do not reward bad examples. Don't buy or listen to records of people. Don't watch movies of people. Don't read the writings of people who are not setting a good example by their way of life and spreading a sane set of values. 13. Do not go into debt. This is a trap that has enslaved billions of people. 14. Don't break the law. If you do, you will be devoured. If the laws of one country are unbearable for you, go to another country. Earth is your true home. Everything on this planet is global, and everything belongs to everyone. 15. Travel the world, because what you have not seen with your own eyes, you know nothing about. You don't get knowledge from the media. You get messages. Do not confuse the two. Epilogue. 1. As a professional liar of the supreme caste, I have not lived a monastic life. I did not shut myself away within the thick walls of an underground bunker. I had to meet people, because I had to test my ideas in the field, watching every little reaction, carefully analyzing every effect. In summer of 2002, when I still wholeheartedly believed that humanity needed to be suppressed because without constraints it would rush to its destruction, I was working on an ideology aimed at getting society to accept a thought idol. Strict democracy is the future. Strict democracy is a dictatorship that looks like a democracy, in which, for example, there are elections, but at the same time, there is total repression of the individual. An ideology is a very complex thing. Some parts of it are for the average citizen. Other parts are for politicians. Other parts are for the military. Other parts are for the wealthy, and so on. Every social class and every influential profession gets different lies, different systems of arguments. In the summer of 2002, I arranged a meeting with a retired colonel who fought in both World War II and Vietnam. He had received many medals. He was a true war hero who feared no one, human or demon. In civilian life, he was an impeccable gentleman. To get a basic tone between us, I lied about having served as a young volunteer in Vietnam, where I had experienced the horrors of war. Of course, I was thoroughly trained about Vietnam and other wars. I read through a lot of documents on the subject. I looked at tens of thousands of photographs and spent at least 100 hours studying film footage from the period. I also used feature films and novels to develop my character. On the day, I felt I was fully prepared for the meeting. I was walking down the street and saw some video games in a shop window, one of which was set in the Second World War. I thought I would try it out and see if it would help me get more into the role. The colonel was a tough man. Despite his age, he had a razor-sharp wit and was almost as suspicious as I was. He believed me that I had been a soldier and that I had been to war, but not that I had been in countless live missions and had experienced the hell of war, because, he said, I was not that type. During our conversation, the colonel asked me what my worst war memory was. I replied that I had accidentally killed a friend, and the colonel started sobbing. He confessed to me that in Berlin in 1945, he had killed a friend by accident. And I told him, my eyes glistening with tears, how I had made my way to a trench in the machine gun fire, how I had run, curled up in the mud, M16 carbine in hand, and how when I turned the corner, I turned into a corner of a winding kilometer-long trench and fired a round into a crouching gunman, thinking he was a North Vietnamese soldier. But when I came to, I realized it was my friend. The colonel ate out of the palm of my hand from then on, opened up to me, and I was able to test the lie I had concocted to convince senior officers. But none of this happened to me. I've never been to war. In fact, I wasn't even a soldier. I was just playing a World War II video game, getting really into it, and letting myself feel the stress of war, before I found myself regularly shooting at my own teammates in the game, accidentally. Because I'd turn a street corner or the corner of a hallway, or someone would pop up in a window or from behind cover, and all I'd see was a gunman, and I'd immediately fire, lest I get shot. In this way, I learned more about the real war while playing than I ever learned from any book or movie. According to official figures, about 58 million people died in the Second World War. How many of those were killed by friendly fire? How many died because they were accidentally killed by their own comrades? How many committed suicide? And how many went mad because they accidentally killed their friends? In the hell of war, under the constant threat of death, who can tell the difference between the uniforms of different armies in less than 1/10 of a second, especially in the rain, snow, mud, at night? I don't know how many people died in this way, but probably millions. When I returned home from the meeting with the colonel, the first thing I did was to write a report to my senior officer, drawing his attention to the enormous danger posed by video games and asking for permission to destroy them. Permission was granted. My report said, among many other things, quote, "A truly realistic video game has the potential to allow people to experience and understand things we do not want them to understand. In a video game, the player can have insights that are relevant and real. Given that in a video game, the player is not a reader or a spectator, but the actor himself, there is a limit to the extent to which we can manipulate their perceptions. Of all types of video games, action games are the most dangerous for us. Video games could become interactive storytelling art in the future, which would raise serious problems." End quote. I created the thought idol, video games are harmful, and then started to develop the ideology, a system of false arguments that would sell the central lie to the people, and video games, as such, would cease to exist. I focused on two aspects of the ideology. One was, it's just a game, it's not serious. And the other was, it makes gamers criminal. I was working to destroy an art in its heyday because of the dangers it posed to the supreme caste. I figured out that video games were behind school shootings. With the help of a few pundits, that is, professional liars, a huge uproar was generated. The reality is that the school shootings are caused by drugs for non-existent diseases. These non-existent illnesses are learning disabilities, attention deficit, and other such fictitious mental illnesses. These diseases do not exist. I made them all up. It is just another idea to cover up the bankruptcy of education. And the drugs are drugs like Ritalin and Prozac. You can look it all up. All the perpetrators of school shootings have taken Ritalin or other psychiatric drugs. There is not a single exception in any country. The fact that these drugs, which are given to millions of children, cause violence and suicidal tendencies, is so well known that they are even mentioned in pharmaceutical compendia in the list of side effects. And the reason they are side effects is because these are the main effects. These are the effects that these substances were invented for. Reality can be entirely different from appearance. 2. There are 3 very important questions left at the end of this book. The first question: has the Supreme Caste defeated humanity yet or not? The answer is clear: no. The second question follows from the answer to the first question. How is this possible? Because the Supreme Caste has all the power on earth, ideological, political, economic, and it has all the organs of violence, and it is waging a total war against humanity that has been going on for thousands of years and has always been completely one-sided because humanity has never known that it was at war with anyone. Despite all this, the Supreme Caste has still not achieved total victory. It still takes tremendous effort to maintain control, and there are still people who cause it minor and major problems. The real enemy of the Supreme Caste is the basic nature of humans themselves. It is this basic nature that must be permanently eradicated from the human being in order to achieve total victory. And as you can see, this is extremely difficult to do. Fundamentally, the human being is good and noble-hearted. We want to love. We want to make others happy. We want to live in peace. We want to understand everything, and we are looking to the distant future. This is the human being in its natural form, and not the way the media portrays people. The Supreme Caste must abolish this basic nature and create in its place a ruthless, unprincipled, endlessly selfish, living for the moment, miserable mental wreck of all people. That is its objective. I know this for a fact. The third question is, what will happen if the Supreme Caste achieves this goal? Well, if that happens, the wheel of history will stop. You could say that the reason why the Supreme Caste does not simply wipe out all of humanity is because it lives off of humanity. It is sustained by humanity. But what about the goal? What about the goal of the caste toward which the events and efforts are pointing? What is to be done with a species that is totally depraved, totally insane? Well, nothing. Then why is that the goal? Did they lie to me when they informed me of the purpose? I don't think so. It's all too obvious that this is where the world is headed. So why is it good for the Supreme Caste if everyone goes mad and the wheel of history stops? It is a great mystery, and unfortunately, I don't know what the answer is. I have only theories, no certainty. 3. Many times in the past months, I thought I would never get to this point, that I simply could not survive under this much pressure for so long. but I did. I am still alive and still writing. This book is a weapon, a 100 megaton tactical information bomb against the lies of the supreme caste. Understanding destroys lies, and the sole function of this book is to make the reader understand what is going on around them and why. For 25 years, I have been in the service of a secret and gigantic power. My task was to know the ideas, to know all that humanity has produced in the field of ideas throughout history. I had free access to the world's countless secret repositories, archives, and records. I did not know the secrets of the supreme caste, but I knew the secrets of humanity. I was able to study all the papers, documents, photographs, film, and sound recordings that were classified as top secret. I had to understand humanity's philosophies, ideologies, and legends. I prepared a kind of instruction manual for my client on how to distort the cultural heritage, religious teachings, philosophical directions, scientific theories and observations, and artistic or merely everyday propositions of various peoples. If I wanted to stop a piece of research because it threatened the established worldview, I would make a phone call, and a half an hour later the project would have lost all funding, lost the goodwill that surrounded it, and soon it would be gone. Only those who worked outside the institutionalized science had a chance. Only they could make discoveries that were really significant. But they could not validate their discoveries because they were not allowed into the field of institutionalized science. They were not given the opportunity to publish. They were not given the resources. And if they were very persistent and still survived, they were legislated against and destroyed by force. They could also do this without a law if they were not too big and the case was charged as a crime. My life was so simple. I had incredible power. But one day, I woke up. And now here I am, writing this book, and this invisible power is looking for me. I have committed the greatest sacrilege that can ever be committed. I have become a traitor to the supreme caste, to the established system. The only traitor since the world began. And I have nothing else in my life to be proud of but this one thing, that I betrayed the supreme caste. 4. We have come to the point that if the current structure and way the world works doesn't change, we will all die. The supreme caste has concealed knowledge and technology from humanity. The knowledge that we have not been allowed to know is unimaginably significant. With the fall of the supreme caste, the hidden knowledge and inventions will all be ours, and they are our only chance of survival. There are real truths. There are real facts. There are real problems, and there are real solutions. The science of the soul exists. I have seen it. I have read the books. I've tested it myself. I've applied it. I have studied it. It is not materialist. It is simply true. Its propositions are experimentally verifiable. It has the power to bring human beings to their senses, to restore them to the capacity for self-determination, to a degree we have never been able to experience, while languishing under the oppression of the supreme caste. There is a real human science. For half a century, it has been hidden behind the wall, alongside countless inventions that the supreme caste, using its power, has concealed from you. Once they lose their power, this multitude of wonders will become part of our lives. The truth of a lie cannot be proven because there is nothing to prove, so the supreme caste deploys its authority figures, the veritable army of professional liars who prove and prove and prove, but prove nothing. The supreme caste substitutes evidence with its authority figures. It can do nothing else. But asserting is not proving, and all the combined authority figures of the universe do not have enough power to turn even the smallest lie into truth. 5. In the old days, if a person wanted adventure, the unknown awaited them. They could go to the poles, to the jungles, the seas, the countless unexplored regions of the world. Then suddenly, the word began to spread that the world was no longer unknown, that there were no more blank spots. But there are. Anyone who has never been to the Himalayas knows nothing about them. Anyone who has never gone diving in the waters of the Aegean Sea knows nothing about it. The world is as unknown to people today as it ever has been, and the number of possible adventures has not diminished. The media is not one of your senses. It's time to know the world, because you only think you know it. Appearances mask reality, but have no effect on it. Appearances are not real. Appearances are only appearances, and they only exist because someone has misperceived something. The universe is unimaginably vast and full of challenges. The removal of madness from our lives does not mean that we are doomed to boredom. On the contrary, it is only then that the real adventure begins. The supreme caste is not perfect. It can be challenged. If we no longer take the media seriously, if we no longer believe in authority figures, if we no longer accept the answers offered, and if we no longer enter the conflict situations that are thrown at us, we have already done our part. And if enough people do their part, the power of the supreme caste will collapse. There is no need for reckless moves, suicide attacks, armed violence, cross-continental maneuvers, or martyrdom. None of these have ever worked. All that is needed is for you to change yourself. If you don't believe what they want you to believe, if you believe your own eyes more than all the authorities in the universe, you've beaten them. It is as simple as that, and that is the reality. 6. The system quietly lurking beneath the surface is a vast machine, far larger, far more extensive, and incomparably more powerful than any empire historians have written about. Its only weakness is that it is not perfect. Its imperfection manifests itself in its gigantic nature, in the fact that it cannot see everything. It simply cannot see things and events smaller than a certain scale. No one knows more than they need to know. No one is privy to more secrets than they need to know to do their job. The editor-in-chief of a newspaper or the news editor of a TV channel is not an insider. They only work according to certain guidelines that come from the supreme caste. Sometimes a little human goodwill or a little confusion can get news into the media that shouldn't be allowed. They then disappear, of course, but you can see from this phenomenon that the system is not perfect. Social transformation to a more favorable state is not possible, because it would take an event on a large enough scale for the supreme caste to take notice and stop it. This world cannot be changed from the top down. Change can only start from the ground up and spread higher and higher. This is the chance. It is only an illusion that the power of a king is greater than that of the common person. A common person can be disobedient, and if they are not very spectacularly disobedient, no one cares. If they are spectacularly so, they may be disciplined. If a king is just a little disobedient, he'll be killed. Your situation is better than that of a president. Every move a president makes, every word they say, is watched with a wary eye. In contrast, the common person is looked down upon by the caste and treated as a nameless, faceless mass. In the eyes of the caste, you are just a small cog in the wheel. But you are not a small cog. If you change under the influence of this book, if you use its guidelines on authority, it is a change that the Supreme Caste cannot avoid or notice. An individual transformation is something that the Supreme Caste is not prepared for, and if enough people change, the whole world changes. The great game of the Supreme Caste is to stir up contradictions and keep people busy. The transformation of the world will be manifested in the fact that the contradictions will begin to diminish. If you do not believe the arguments of authority, if you insist on seeing things through your own eyes, if you do not accept the thousands upon thousands of conflicts on offer, the shackles will be removed from your mind. And once that happens, the lies, some of which I have invented over the last quarter century, lose their impact. In this book, I have given you principles, because I could give you nothing else. Principles to help you think and change your life, no matter how many facts I wrote down, no matter how many secrets I revealed, they would have made you feel even smaller, and the world would be even more powerful. But that was not my goal. Not anymore. The Supreme Caste itself, the entire system, lives off of your abilities. The people who hold the real power on this planet are parasites. They cannot survive without your help, and you help them to survive by believing their claims and accepting the conflicts they offer. If you stop doing these two things, you have defeated them. Seven. And finally, I wish you to know what it is like to live in the light. I wish for you to know what it is like to live in a world where lies, pain, and selfishness do not block out the sun. They are not necessary. They do not make life exciting. It is not the fragility of life that makes life beautiful, but the infinite possibilities that lie within it. When humanity is not threatened with violence from every direction, when we are not lied to about everything, when we are not confused at every turn, when we are not forced onto a hamster wheel that is in our natural state, in our natural environment, then we are not disgraceful worms who do not deserve to live. A human being, when mentally fit, is a noble and great being. Basically, everyone is, and evil is born of mental degradation. It is helpful for a human being to be at peace, to have more opportunities, to be more free. To defy the Supreme Caste is a very dangerous undertaking. Only I know. You can believe me. There is only one thing more dangerous: not to defy it. The Supreme Caste is strong, but only as long as you are weak. Then there is only one difference between strong and weak: awareness.